Okay, so let's just give it 2 minutes. We have numbers growing very quickly. People are joining in right now. And I mentioned this earlier also that we actually exceeded the number of seats available on Zoom. So we are live streaming on YouTube as well. Okay. So welcome, guys. I'm thrilled. Is this starting? Okay. So welcome to India's Best Design Awards and the event which we call the Design India Show. I'm going to introduce this quickly to you and start off with the event.
The finest thing in life. Luxury in the palm of your hands. Everything you desire.
Okay, I will request panelists to go mute while the event has started now. So welcome again to Design India Show 2021. Unfortunately, this year again, we are online like we were last year. It's been a learning curve for us how to conduct an event of this scale and this size online, but it's not been bad. Just to give you the background about the Design India. Design India started as world's first social community for design professionals in 2002. This was a Yahoo group which I had started. And before that, the designers were not talking to each other. So I started a Yahoo group and people started talking to each other and they started talking about industry and career. And obviously, it was moderated and I allowed only the professional designers to join in, not the student community. That community today is about 100,000 professionals spread across various platforms. In 2010, which is 11 years back, I started a magazine called Pool Magazine. Can you go back? I started a magazine called Pool Magazine with a mission of bringing light to inspiring designers around us in India. The magazine was renamed about 2 years back as Design India. And we have featured so far over 2,000 designers from various domains of design in our magazine. And we keep looking for new designers and new work to feature. In 2015, we started India's Best Design Awards with a rigorous process and a stellar international jury. Awards brought so much new talent to us that we started celebrating them in a unique event format where we would get them together and we'll start talking. So the Design India Show is a very crisp one-day event, which is half a day online now, meant for professional designers to discuss issues at hand. And I'm very glad that because it is online, we can also have students joining in. But basically what you're going to listen in is grown-ups talking issues which the professional designers are facing, right? You will see an amazing amount of work being awarded today. So we will show you each and every winning entry. So you will get to see tons and tons of work. You'll get a glimpse of that work today, and you will get to listen to the best in India and everywhere else to talk about what is the state of our profession today. Most of the speakers have been featured in the magazine. They've been on the cover or inside the magazine. They've been our jury, or they have been awarded in earlier years. So it's, in that sense, a very tight community. We know each other. All of us know each other very well. Before I announce I tell you about the theme of the event today, let me tell you that we will have a contest. People who are watching this show from anywhere, you need to get onto social media, keep tweeting about this, keep putting this on Instagram, take pictures of how you're watching, tag us within that. And 3 of the best such posts, which our editorial team will decide, will get free books, these books. And this is the Design India 135 issue, which is a hardbound book, which will feature all the winners together, like last year. Last year's book was Design India 123. This is Design India 135. It's a treasure to collect. And I suggest that go to this website, design-india.com, and book your copy today. It's under print and it will reach you as soon as it's with us. There's another offer we have today for the audience, that we are offering 30% discount. Use this coupon code and subscribe today. This coupon code is available only for today. Go ahead and subscribe today, and the rest of the years you can also subscribe anytime. We've had a stellar jury this time. We have had a fantastic jury from all across the world who have put in a lot of time judging each and every entry. And I wanted to thank each of them. Thank you so much for making this event these awards so special. I also wanted to thank our sponsors. We've always had very special sponsors. Bajaj Auto, Bikharam Chanmal. This year we also have Pinterest, Red FM as our radio partner, and like last year, Ajinkya D.Y. Patil is the partner who's taking care of all the technical parts here in today's event. Thank you so much. This event was not possible, obviously, without these sponsors and partners at all. Something different today is that we have many universities which are live telecasting this event into their auditoriums. And that's how we have many more number of people who have joined us. So more than the number you see in the the scrolls, people who are joining us, many more. Thank you. We like these institutions that they've been supporting us for a very long time. Besides this, we also have a university School of Visual Communication from Kyiv joining us today, also looking at our event. This is the speaker lineup, and it just coincidentally happened that in the Design India Show 2021, we have 21 speakers. We will, as we go along, introduce each of our panelists to you. They're professionals, they are design teachers, they're teachers and professionals from all over the world. And thank you again so much for joining us. We have two special sessions today coming up. You must not miss them. You must not miss any of them actually. But this is for the first time we will have Rajeshri Tupe with us, taking a 15-minute session on yoga and wellness, especially for designers from her studio in Pune. She will be live later on in the event after the first session. Don't miss it. And later in the evening, after all the awards are over, we have master filmmaker Prasoon Pandey, who will join us for a discussion on his career, and especially on the film which he made during the pandemic, which is again fantastic. Let me now introduce you to the theme of the event today, Unmute. So the last 1.5 years have made us very familiar with this word unmute. If at all, one thing which we've been telling everyone is to either mute or unmute, mute and unmute. So we know this very well, but we also know what it means in terms of now when the world is opening up again. It's not opening up in the same degree everywhere. And as you know, we have people joining in from all over. We will listen to the experiences of how that opening up is happening, how we are unmuting, how colleges are unmuting, how professionals are unmuting in different parts of the world, in different stages. But how opening up would be different this time. What change would have been made, or what change are you going to see right now? So we're going to look at that very closely, and different panels would be discussing that. Let me introduce the hosts for today's event. We have two lovely hosts, Mariana and Anshika. These are the people who research, connect, and give shape to the magazine month after month. They are from the editorial board of Design India. They were the ones running charts, connecting jury, collecting and redistributing the work, collating the awards, filling up the charts and everything. They then go ahead and they put this event together, and they've almost done this by themselves. Of course, there's a large team of the whole India Design supporting them as a backup. Both these superhumans make this magazine and whatever we do very special. So as both of them are designers themselves, Mariana heads the editorial team with a very tight grip on design. She uses her MBA in marketing and then specialization in graphic design to manage the flow. Anshika is a fresh true blue graduate of design, but she interned with us and then she continued with Design India. Now she complements Mariana in everything that is done with the magazine and the show. So I'm handing it over to Mariana and Anshika, and I'll see you again. Please enjoy the show. Thank you so much.
A very warm welcome to the Design India Show 2021. We will start with the exciting lineup of speakers, followed by the much-awaited results of India's Best Design Awards 2021 in just a bit. Feel free to ask your questions in the Q&A section, and panelists will try and answer.
A warm afternoon to everyone present here. So without much of a delay, let us begin with our first panel session. Institutions are becoming offline again to some degree. It seems like soon it will be back to the normal offline situation. Are there any fundamental changes that will sustain as best practices? Have methods of teaching, learning, and engaging with the student community changed in any way? Going forward, how do we preserve and propagate the cultural benefits of offline education? Let us seek these answers to some of these questions from our first panel. Back to school. Introducing the first panel, I welcome our panelists from NIT, GLSIT, Loughborough University, MIT-IT, and ADYPU. Praveen Nahar is the Director of National Institute of Design, Ahmedabad. Dr. Anil Sinha is the Director of GLS Institute of Design, Ahmedabad. Miko Korea is the Professor and Director of the Institute of Design Innovation at Loughborough University, London. Nachiket Thakur is the Director of MIT Institute of Design, Pune. Hridayesh Deshpande is the Vice Chancellor of Ajinkya D.Y. Patil University, Pune. Welcome, dear speakers. This session will be moderated by Hridayesh Deshpande. So over to you, sir.
So thank you. Thank you so much for taking us forward on this. And first and foremost, thank you to Sudhir for having us on this panel. And also for congratulations for running this magazine incessantly for so many years. It can't happen without the amount of passion that someone like you only can possess. And that is what it is great achievement for you and of course the team of Mariana and Shika and all of the people who are involved into this. Jumping on to the subject matter of what we are here for. So I am the moderator, so I am supposed to speak the least. There are great speakers that are 4 here. We have Dr. Nachiket Thakur, Praveen Nahar, and Miko, and Dr. Anil Sinha, the ever vintage. So what we will do is, I just like to give a little context to this. So it's kind of to heat up the discussion and then, leave a burning cracker in midst of a crowd and see what reactions come. And then we will hear them all, some reactions and some of their own views of what they have to speak about the topic. It's a very apt topic, but I also don't know why this can become a topic, because offline education was always. And we all had gone through a Schadenfreude. I know you all know what a Schadenfreude is, that is, the Stockholm syndrome, that when you are kidnapped by someone, you start loving it. So we were forced into online education, and then as a result of Stockholm syndrome, we all started saying, oh, online education is this, online education is that. And then we started singing praises of online education and how it is so much better. than offline education. Perhaps the same happened in the world of work, but that's not the topic here. Eventually, everyone was happy. The teachers were happy, the students were happy, but we all know perhaps why they were happy, because it actually meant less work for each one of them. Maybe they were happy for some other reasons. So that has been what it is, and hence I think it is in a way back to school means it was a break from the school, and now that break is over and we have to roll up our sleeves, put up our socks, wear the shoes, and show up in the classrooms at that designated time and follow the schedule. I just would like to also use this opportunity to give a little anecdotal kind of a thing. So typically we all know that small class sizes are good. We have all talked about small class sizes are so good, and if the class size is small, how it improves the student learning, how it raises the quality of education. And every forum where they talk about quality of education, first of all, they will always say quality of education is bad. I don't know why they keep saying that. It's not exactly the same everywhere. Maybe a few places it's not so good, but most of the places it's good. Nevertheless, that one of the panacea for sorting out the quality of education that comes is the classroom size. And I just wanted to bring to notice that there were two research that happened. And these two research were, one was from John Hattie. He is a New Zealand-based researcher, and he found that actually smaller the class size, the lesser was the student achievement. I would not like to go into what the research was and all that. Similarly, if you all know, there is a PISA test which is administered by OECD, and PISA test scores are used to determine which country is doing the best as far as the school education is concerned. The Director of Education and Skills at OECD, which runs the PISA research, Andreas Schleicher, says everywhere teachers, parents, and policymakers favor small classes as the key to better and more personalized education. And yet PISA results show no relationship between class size and learning outcomes, neither within nor across countries. The point I am trying to make over here is that the general perception about something might be X, but the reality may not actually always concur with the perception. And same is with either of the case, that is offline education or online education. And that's why perhaps now is the time to look at what is the best medium to educate in a given circumstance for a given purpose for a kind of the student body that we are talking about. So at this note, I would like to just start with each one of the speakers. What I would suggest is that we will have each of the speakers say their say, and thereafter I would ask some questions, and in between, if there are any audience questions, I would try to ask those as well, provided the time is available with us. So if I would go ahead, I would go in the order in which it was on the WhatsApp stub and the Facebook stub. So I would start with Praveen Nahar, because I was the first one on that picture. So I am done. Now it comes to Praveen.
Okay. So hello everyone. Am I audible? And hi Ritesh, thanks for the lovely introduction to the session and setting up the context. This one I agree with why we are doing this session, because we are already the offline is always cherished and relished and all that. And I understand that all of us, whole world has gone through really challenging times, and I'm sure most of the design education schools may have adopted to the challenge. As design, we take challenge and we work around the constraints and this time the constraint was posted by the pandemic. And, I think like everyone else, I think we also have had a lot of devastating impact on the NID community, because it was all taken by surprise that, suddenly the world is completely changed and we had to completely change the context. Be it, of course, students, faculty, staff, their family, friends. There's a lot of loss of lives, and there were a lot of people, had fallen to some situations. So, I mean, the institute has been, juggling between the pandemic and academic, and finding ways to remotely facilitate design education. So we never looked at online education as a framework. Online is a fantastic medium to interact and talk to the screen to someone else, but we took up the challenge of remote facilitation, and this is the term and framework which we try to use it all this while, and we continue to do that. So by doing that, it also gives ideas of what you can do with the learners in their own context and surroundings, and be it their own bodies, be it their own immediate environment of houses and rooms and their neighborhoods, and how all that become a part of your learning experience, as design is always a kind of learning experience. So I think I can see that there is a great resilience in the mindset of being a designer. It's being shown by our faculty and students, and a lot of new teaching learning happened, in that setting, whether people setting up their own, micro maker spaces in their own, neighborhoods and hometowns, or we are sending materials and tools from here, and sometimes we are remotely facilitating 3D printing and making stuff and all that. So, so the whole world became your neighborhood, and the context to respond. So a lot of interesting ideas came out of that, and new ways of teaching learning evolved. Of course, resource sharing, skill sharing among students and peers, diverse engagement of national, international faculty for shorter durations, for specific inputs, which we were not possible because of the other logistics reason earlier. I think all that started falling into this framework. So, but of course, not to say that the remote learning is the best way, only way forward, but there's a huge variation in the modes of engagement with respect to what disciplines we have and the kind of subjects and courses we teach. So I would say that as we are unmuting and going into the next round of opening and kind of this thing, that a lot of possibilities will evolve and a lot of modular possibilities will come, and I think I can really see a lot of traces of that. So I would say that the hybrid and the blended models for teaching and learning will remain. In all kinds of formats, I would say that remote formats, whether it is hybrid formats and also asynchronous formats will remain. So, for example, synchronous lectures and videos that can be watched anytime, which may, and also we provide the remote access to people who can't come to the class due to whatever unavoidable reasons. There are very interesting formats of instruction, interaction, documentation, sharing of assignments, and different kinds of dynamics evolved, and I can see that many of them, will last with the way we will do. I can also see that the classroom design and classroom formats may also change, and also a lot of flexibility in timetabling will happen, because if we try to bring these synchronous models, there are a lot of flexibility this will give, and and also it will be more relaxed form of engagement. So at NID we have because we work in a block system of timetable, so we could, shift and juggle between some of the blocks and, make sure that whenever required, people could come and do their desperate making needs, access to studios and workshops and stuff like that. And whenever that is over, you could go back to your own homes or hostels and all that, and then you sort of interact in a different setting. So I think there has been a lot of learning, and there are a lot of opportunities, but also a lot of concerns, because we also have had devastating impact on the mental health and social deficit, people not being able to meet and all those kind of things. So I would say that there's a great learning, and that there is an interesting way forward, and also the kind of projects and the kind of reflections one could do today, because a lot of people have gone through certain kind of introspections and they see new ways of new opportunities and new concerns to be addressed by design. So all of that also started to come. So I would say that this my mute and unmute will be sort of blended feature, and I think let's see. I think as we go, I think we learn and explore more. So this is all from now. Pradesh, you have to unmute.
So thank you, Praveen. Thank you so much for your remarks. And I would like to request Miko, Miko to have his remarks. Miko, are you there?
Yes, thank you very much. It was really interesting to listen to Praveen making all these comments. I couldn't agree with most of the points there. I have a little bit of a special problem, however. Loughborough University, London, the institute where we work is an institute of design innovation, and so we have this, and we only have masters and PhDs working with us. So it's a postgraduate only school. It is linked to the Loughborough University Design School as such, and our problem is that opportunity, both end, is that they teach students how to do design. Our task within the university and with our sort of a design innovation community is to teach students how to use design, how to apply it into contexts, how to work with people that are non-designers, and because we're a postgraduate only institute, and a fairly small one for that, we're very research intensive. So the unmuting we can do the unmuting quite well, but the big problem is we also need to have unmuting happen with the people that we work with, and this is a special challenge, because our agenda as an institute, we do a lot of work in things like enabling social change. So we look at design for social change. So when we work with say Citizens UK or other types of NGO citizen-centric organizations within their projects, we in a way need for them to unmute also to get the full synergy for our work. So when you are applying design into different contexts, the partnerships are really important. We also work a lot with business organizations inside the London ecosystem, and it's a little bit the same thing. So we have to be very sensitive and very clever to how they are working. I come from Finland originally, and I've had years of work and living in Brazil, and now I'm in London. So we also work a lot internationally. So for me, the personally and for our institute, the digital the quick entry into the digital world, as if it were, into the digital collaborations, is in many ways a blessing, because it has really enabled us to reach global research, reach global teaching, reach the people, the collaborators that we work with all around the world. And that, of course, includes students and collaborators, other researchers, so on and so forth. So that's been a really, really good thing. But at the same time, that we kind of note that that's not often enough. You do need to be there in person. You do need to meet people face to face, especially if you are crossing cultures. I'm Finnish, and we work in southernmost Africa with people, and even though we get along online very well, we actually have to be there in person many times, so that we can understand what is the other person actually saying. And we take our student groups to different parts of the world, and we have them engage in these activities, and they also need that kind of an interaction. We're a little bit lucky in London, because we tend to receive lots of wonderful students from all around the world. And that for us is, of course, a blessing, because we have a great cultural mix within our own institution, and that's great. But we also need to look at sort of how we work with the different organizations on the other side of the world. So the presential is really important. When looking at these hybrid models that have emerged in terms of teaching and research, teaching-related research that we do a lot, it's really interesting, because we've done things in virtual reality in the Chinese markets with elderly people in care homes through VR, and those kinds of opportunities are quite precious. But then you need that translation somehow, somewhere in the middle, and this was only possible because one of our students actually came from China. So it does require a mix of the two things in terms of teaching and in terms of the learning activities. I'm quite sure that we will want to very much hang on to some of those key tools that we've picked up as we go along. And we will certainly be very interested in having, your murals or Miro boards or these digital whiteboards that help us to collaborate from anywhere, any place, anytime. And I'm sure that there will be asynchronous content increasingly available at any time. So I think the flexibility that has emerged from this crisis is here to stay. And I think also what with all due respect to my wonderful university, some of the universities are a little bit old-fashioned. So I think it's given a good jolt to the university system as a whole, and says, wake up, people, come on, let's do something a bit more modern. Let's go out there and have a look what we could do differently, and in a more flexible, perhaps student-centric, research student-centric view. And I think though that kind of a critical view on how are we doing things, that we should hang on to definitely, because it's really important, and not just to say, oh, that's not how we do things around here. Well, how we do things has changed and beyond recognition, I'd say, and I think that's a very positive thing in some ways. When we are looking at one of the topics that we're very much engaged in is with our students, trying to look at how do organizations actually apply design and how do they perform that? That's really difficult to do from the outside, and this is where we do need to be looking at these blended interactions and interactions that work very much live with our stakeholders. And looking at entrepreneurship, we've been trying to look at ways to engender livelihoods and very early stage entrepreneurs. How do you do that? People learn through very tacit knowledge in some way. So this is something that we do need to be very careful with in continuing that kind of a face-to-face conversation. And of course, social innovation overall is blending more and more with business innovation. So we also need to be able to ask people and help people, our partners, our stakeholders, to work together. So we also have a facilitation role in terms of people's relationships. So then it may be unmuting in 3 ways, where you have one stakeholder unmuting, another one stakeholder unmuting, and myself or ourselves at the Institute unmuting in different ways, so that we can capture the learning and knowledge generation that comes out of it. I think that would probably be from my side. Because of our specific nature, I'd say that we have our problems are slightly different, but it's all in the same big bag of challenges. So thank you very much, and thank you, Sudhir, for inviting me. It's wonderful to be here.
You don't unmute again.
Yeah, thank you because being a moderator, I keep myself muted as much as possible. So thank you, Miko, for that perspective of yours. And if I would request Dr. Anil Sinha. Dr. Anil Sinha is there?
Yes, I'm there.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All ears to what you have to say.
Good. First of all, thanks to this and Sudhir and the entire team that giving me the opportunity to speak. I'll directly speak to my experience of this mute to unmute. This word mute and unmute was always existing as a word to us. And in the education during the pandemic, the way it came, it was not that we have opted for it, or there was no choice. We are forced to actually apply this and adopt it in our education. So there is a मुहावरा in Hindi, सांप सूंघ गया. जिस तरह से ये pandemic आया, and the way it was promoted, the way it was informed, and the kind of a scare which was created, the people were forced to be inside the house. And if you are inside the house, then you have to mute yourself. And the entire conversation had changed in a big way. Earlier, when we were going to the class, we were asking students to please keep silence. So mute yourself. Now, when we are going to the class, we are asking the people to unmute yourself if you want to speak anything. So there is a total change. Even let's look at in this webinar which is happening now, it's not only the mute and unmute, it's visible and invisible also. If it's online, offline, most of the people we could have seen, met them in person, interacted them in person. But here, people are present, but you can't see them. You can only see their name. And that's the benefit of these online courses. Even if you are not seeing the students, at least you know them by their name. That's one benefit which I can see. There are many other benefits which has happened with this online courses was that taking the theoretical courses is very easy. Asking for the submission, it's very easy. Doing the assessment, it's very easy. Getting any speaker from anywhere in the world, it was very, very easy. Having 200-300 students to attend the class, it was very easy. But what it has taken is the interaction, one-to-one interaction and hand-holding to actually create things. It was very, very difficult. In today's situation, if it's only one, and it's either offline or online, yes, it's still manageable. But this hybrid is online or offline both. When you are speaking to the student online, you are ignoring the offline people. When you are addressing to the offline people, you are ignoring to the online people. This hybrid is creating a whole lot of problem in terms of the running the classes. That's one thing which I felt that we have to find some way, either online or offline, but we are left with no option. Whenever there is a announcement that, okay, the pandemic has increased and a whole lot of number has increased, you have to go for offline. Otherwise, we never have imagined that I'll conduct the composition class or color class in the offline mode, or even the branding class, which I do take in my institute in the offline mode, because there we need to see how the students are reacting, how they are actually concentrating on creating the final work. But here, you keep on asking them to please start your video. They say, sir, the net is not working. You can only do one way. You can show your work, you can interact with them verbally, but you cannot actually handhold them and correct it properly. That's the problem which is there in the online mode. But during the online mode, only we conducted our jot talk, which we conduct every 2 years. My God, getting the speakers, good speakers, was just a phone call and they all were ready. They all were, because they have to do it from their office. So that way, it was very, very useful, very useful. When we actually ask the students to, okay, assemble, we have to announce, that's very easy. But if you ask them to come in the campus, it's a whole lot of problem is there. Whole lot of problem is there. You know, one thing is that we have to find a way out how we can make this offline classes with all precaution, and particularly in the design education and the design learning, I feel online is partly is fine, but not fully online can work well, because the students are missing that one-to-one, and even we can't see their expression. Whatever you are actually telling, whether it's acceptable to them or not acceptable, whether they understood your reaction or not, that also is not clear. So design education, my personal feeling is it can be combined with the theory and the practical separately. Practical has to be offline, and maybe the theoretical inputs, maybe the examination, theory examination, research paper submission, all that, and the assessment can be done online, but actual learning has to be happen with the offline. But hybrid is the time. So unmute to mute and mute to unmute, that's fine, but we also have to find the way out to visible to invisible, invisible and invisible to visible, because there are many people are there on the screen whom I wanted to see, but I'm only seeing their name. You know, that's and we have no control over it. I can't make him visible from here. He will have to do it. So onus which was there with the faculty to teach, it has gone to the students. The student will have to take the responsibility that I have to learn. So I have to make myself present in the class visibly, and make the mute to the unmute and learn as much as possible. That's what I have to say.
So thank you, sir, for your views on the mute, unmute, and mostly the hybrid education. May I request Dr. Nachiket Thakur?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sudhir and Ridesh, for having me. It's really tough when 4 people have talked on the same subject, and so much senior at that. It becomes challenging. Let me take that as a challenge. So a couple of things from my end. So when I heard the word unmute as a topic for discussion, there are a couple of other words which came into my mind: uncover, unearth, unravel, unlearn. So I think these unmute and the related context, I think those speak volumes in terms of these different directions which all of us are going towards. So there's a need to co-create an ecosystem which will disrupt many set parameters of teaching design nowadays. That's what everybody of us have been saying. So when we look at what we want to do from now on, I would not like to say whether it is pre-pandemic or post-pandemic, or whether it is hybrid or online or offline. Whatever we do from, say, 2nd of November, which happens to be Diwali first day, and we take that as a new start of doing things in a different way. That is where we need to look at the way we'll have to restructure ourselves, the way we'll have to restructure our classrooms, the size of the classrooms, the way the classrooms are set up. I think that infrastructure change will also needs to be looked into. The tools which we use for teaching, which is as part of the infrastructure, will go see change. In many cases, all of us have done that change. The kind of projects which the students will take up will have to be looked at differently. The new areas to work with has expanded, even with whatever IoT did for all of us in terms of teaching design. I think the new age, what I'm envisaging from next month is there's a lot of expanse, a lot of breadth and depth which the students are experiencing, and I'm really very happy for the students, which they will be able to take up multiple things, take up 3-4 things at the same time. I think that none of us were privileged for. So I really feel jealous of the new age student who will get to do multiple things at the same time. I think that is one big thing which is emerged for all of us, and students are the fastest people to latch it on. The kind of internships the students have started working on, this is mind-boggling. We used to look at a internship which was fitted in some time span. I think that time span has completely gone out of the doors. There are students who do internships of multiple genre. If he's a product designer, he does a graphic design internship, he does a user experience design internship at the same time, and he's doing a classroom project parallelly. That kind of attitude is really eye-opener for students, because they get to see multiple things. They get to see things in a wider perspective, which none of the earlier students were able to see it with that vision. With this, the self-learning quotient is multiplied into X. So whatever we as faculty are supposed to teach, there are instances which all of us have come across, that students are more connected, more learned. They self-learn a lot of things, and they very bluntly say, "Sir, ये हमने पढ़ लिया है, इसके आगे बताओ." So that kind of reach is a new normal. So everybody will be equipped with that thought process, that attitude, when people start working on, students start working on, which has helped the industry to expand its horizons and look at the new age learners or the people who are graduating in a very different light. So the industry also is not looking at a person in a jacketed manner, that he is a X kind of designer, because the exposure and the horizons have increased, and because of that, at the back end, the opportunities have increased for students to take up multiple things. At the same time, the faculty, the people who teach, their life is becoming complex and tougher. So when I say all these different things are in place, the job of a mentor is also more complicated. We all of us have to be on the toes much more than earlier. So these things has led to a big intra-cultural, intra-national, intra-regional collaborations, which were there, of course, because of IoT and the connectivity part of it. But because people got a lot of time for introspection, the intra-cultural connections have multiplied. There is a lot of buzz, which is big time added to the already busy schedule of every one of us. And with all this, I think all of us, the way we say user-centric design, I think we are on the verge, or we are already in that particular pool of being planet-centric design. So the way the connections have happened, it might be sustainability, it might be circular economy, whatever you call it. but the planet-centric design as a term will be gained more importance because the connectivity is beautiful. So there's no better period for our generation to be happy about that. The way Miko is here, Anil is here, Praveen is here, even in this small panel discussion, we have been able to connect at all corners of the world. That is leading us to an acronym which I would like to end with. So we have this ATM, it's anytime money. We are going to ATL, anytime learning. I think that is the way we all should look at whatever we are doing, and trying to spread the message of design in best way possible. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Nachiket, for that Modi style closure, giving an acronym. So since we have about 8 minutes in the session, I want to ask each one of the participants one simple question, and then we will move to the closure. The simple question is, we have been in an offline mode always. We have seen a forced online mode. Possibilities we all heard are galore. What is that one thing that you would do from 1st November onwards that would be different than what you have done in the past online or offline mode? Or at least what you would wish, because that would become something of a to-do thing for many of the viewers and attendees over here. So starting with Praveen, what is that one thing that you would from 1st November like to do or would do, which would be different from the past 18 months and the period before that 18 months?
Sorry, I have to again unmute. So I think so. I mean, again, the same question is where how things have kind of rebooting and reframing in the new times. So I mean, one of the things is definitely I would go for this hybrid mode of teaching learning, and make things more flexible and kind of blend with many mediums. As even if you're on a campus, you could meet people and interact in the various formats and things like that. So I can really see a lot of options and possibilities to kind of deal with the new times. And I think this comfort with technology and muting and muting, I think will how it can be used for advantage, to as we move on.
Okay, good. Thank you, Praveen. Miko?
Yeah, I would actually do two things, if you may.
No, not
First thing is that I would continue with the double teaching, in the blended teaching. Anil pointed out a really important issue, which is that it's difficult to teach online and presential at the same time. So what we did was we redistributed all our work so that we always have two persons in the classroom. And that's been really good because we have had such good collaborations between faculty members in terms of rewiring and rethinking some of the education and the delivery of it. That's been very useful indeed. And we found that it doesn't actually require that much more resource, but it does require that we rewire our whole workload and how we do things. And the second thing I would do is I would take all of the students and faculty together for dinner. And perhaps for those who drink beer or alcoholic drinks, I would probably buy the first beer. That would be my take.
So we are all with you, and then we should also invite your friends for that.
Yeah, you're all welcome.
Yes. So Dr. Anil Sinha?
Yes. You have asked for one thing. So I'll say
Not
one thing.
Only one thing, you should have to do more.
Teaching and learning, that's a part of our life, and that has to happen. But one thing which I'll definitely like to do, our students, they celebrate one thing which is called Mahfile Mukhtasar. It's a student participation and they perform in the campus. And all the students, they participate in that and they enjoy that. So first thing I'll try to do is after Diwali is that organize one Mahfile Mukhtasar where all the students will be on the campus and no teaching that particular day, only enjoy. Because they all got bored with the sitting at home and doing the work online. They need to come. And many of the students who around 50% and more students are already on the campus today. And most of them, they are calling, sir, when the things will come normal, when can we come? I said, you come. We'll organize the space. We'll organize the how to maintain the distance and all. We'll do everything. You come and learn. So first thing after Diwali is Mahfile Mukhtasar from GLSID will come on live again. That's what I'll say. You'll have to rejuvenate them. You'll have to actually make them enjoy. And if you enjoy, then only you can do something which others will enjoy.
Thank you, Dr. Thakur.
So it's tough one, only to select one. But the most thing on top of my mind is trying to create a co-creating environment where students from cross disciplines, because there are many students who have not seen each other, even in the same discipline, and forget the other disciplines. So at least the same discipline they have seen themselves in the virtual classroom. So the first thing which I would like to really do when we regroup after Diwali is to create an activity where cross breeding of student thoughts will happen. So like a hackathon or maybe a fun activity for around design, but is what we would like to arrange on campus.
So thank you, Dr. Thakur. These are very interesting terms, hybrid, cross-breeding. I don't know what are we discussing. But nevertheless, I just have, since we have a couple of minutes, I wanted to ask a question to all three of you. And very quickly, if you could delve into that, that is in the social distancing times, what would happen to the relationships on the campus?
Yeah, that's I think would have taken a toll already if for I think 18 months when people are not here. But I think that students are quick to regroup and rewire and come to the earlier stage of their life. I think they will do that. We are not worried about that. They will do that as early as possible.
Dr. Sinha, and after that, Miko, very quickly, we have a minute to go. You are mute, Dr. Sinha.
The options are open. You can select whether online or offline, visible or invisible, whatever you feel like. But I'm not worried about that. If they can establish a relation with themselves, that will do. That will do. And they have got enough time sitting at home to understand how important it is to build the relationship.
Yeah, I would agree also in terms of the building up the relationship. It requires a little bit of effort to nudge people into coming to campus, and especially I think nudge our faculty to come on campus. But it's really important to do that, and it's really important to be there in person. So yeah, we have to work for that.
So thank you all. Thank you. It was a lovely panel. And thank you for that freewheeling talk and your comment. Very interesting. Now over to you, Editor-in-Chief, Mr. Sudhir Sharma.
Oh, it's back to Mariana and Anshika now.
Okay.
So thank you so much, dear panelists. It was a very enlightening session indeed. As rightly mentioned by Miko, unmuting is certainly not limited to mere design community, but with the entire ecosystem around it with which the community interacts. This is required for us designers to move ahead in full synergy. So now welcome back everyone, and let's swiftly move to the much awaited segment of our event, India's Best Design Awards 2021. We have a lot of winners across the categories this year. We will be announcing them in batches after each session in the course of the event. So let us begin. India's Best Design Project Award 2021 goes to Dismania Design for their project Armor Medex 99. The next India's Best Design Award 2021 goes to Network of Creative Thinkers for their project All Living Things Environmental Film Festival Branding. The next India's Best Design Award goes to Nonami Making for their project Binary Non-Binary Jewelry Collection. India's Best Design Award 2021 goes to Plank Studio for their project Bloom. Up next, we have Toast Brown Studio winning the next India's Best Design Award for their project Boutique Resort in the East. Next, India's Best Design Project Award 2021 goes to Freelance Graphic Designer for brand identity and label design for aesthetic. The next India's Best Design Award 2021 goes to Branding Dream Jar Studios for their project Branding Chapati Restaurant. The next India's Best Design Award 2021 goes to Abhishek Senthil, Vanshika Singhi, and Tanvi Supe for their project Brewster 5000. Up next in the lineup, we have Matthew and Ghosh Architects winning India's Best Design Awards 2021 for their project Big Brewski. Next in the project category, we have Fractalink Design Studio winning India's Best Design Award for their project CET UX 1.0. India's Best Design Project Award 2021 goes to Malvika Ahuja Architects for their project Center for Imagination for Woodstock School. Next one in the series, India's Best Design Awards 2021 goes to Maya Design for Dashavatar, 10 incarnations of Vishnu. The next India's Best Design Project Award 2021 goes to Kahani Design Works for their project Deco by the Bay. The next India's Best Design Award 2021 goes to Lopez Design for their project Energizing Central Park. Moving on, India's Best Design Project Award 2021 goes to Think Reform Design Studios for their project Fine O Wine. The next India's Best Design Award goes to Gatha Design Studio for their project Gold Mine. Further, India's Best Design Project Award 2021 goes to Prerna Shaurya and Apurva Gupta for their project Handwash Interactive Booklet. India's Best Design Project Award 2021 goes to Butterfly Design Studio for their project How Big Is Your Heart? The next India's Best Design Award 2021 goes to Umo Design Intelligence for their project ICICI Mind Branch Digital. India's Best Design Award goes to Graphite for their project I Discover Academy, Illustrations and Iconography. Congratulations to all the winners. Stay tuned. We'll be announcing more winning projects after the next session. Do use hashtag TDS 2021 while posting on social media platforms. And please remember to follow and tag us at Design India Mag and Best Design Award on Instagram as well as on Facebook. Having long proven to provide many mental and physical benefits, yoga is increasingly finding its way into the workplace. With work from home successfully taking over the 9-to-5 physical office, our body requires movement and flexibility more than ever today. To inculcate some physical activity in this day-long event, we have invited Sri Yog founder Srimati Rajshri Tupe for a quick and relaxing 15-minute yoga session. A student of Guruji BKS Iyengar, Dr. Geeta Iyengar and Sri Prashant Iyengar, for over 25 years, Rajshri brings a unique blend of 3 brilliant teachers. She uses the holistic approach to the health of body, mind, and soul in an accessible way for her students through the intelligent practice of asana and pranayama. I welcome Rajshri. Over to you.
Namaskar.
A very good afternoon to all of you. And it's a very interesting topic to unmute ourselves. And as it was said that during this time of the pandemic, many of us went inside, seeking answers, searching answers, trying to sustain ourselves. Many of us go inwards, but what comes from inwards is different, a different experience for each one of us. So I welcome you all again with Journey Inwards with Sri Yoga. So you all have been, I guess, seated on your chairs for a while now. And first and foremost, before we even begin, I'm going to ask all of you to observe your posture. So you can see I have Jay and Seema here with me, and they are sitting on this specific chair without a backrest. What I'm going to ask all of you, unfortunately, I cannot see you, but I'm sure you will listen to what I'm saying and try to follow that. So sit on the front edge of the chair and just sit tall. As of now, just sit tall. I don't want you to do anything else. So what is this yoga about? Yoga is all about connectivity. And what is connectivity about? I guess right now we are at an age where connectivity is most important. So if I did not have good connectivity, I would not be able to have this connection with you. I would not be able to convey my feelings, my thoughts on yoga to you, isn't it? So in the same way, the connectivity with ourselves, the energy that is inside us, to be connected to us, to be connected to that energy is yoga. Okay, maybe energy is abstract. Let's have an experience of that. I hope all of you all are sitting just like they are sitting. I want you all to just copy them. So you can see her knees and ankles are in one line and her spine is straight. I want all of you to stretch your hands to the sides. Lengthen your arms to the sides. And as you lengthen your arms, I want you to go on lifting the sides of the chest up. So you're sitting straight, you're sitting tall, you're sitting with your knees and ankles in one line, you're sitting with your arms spread to the sides. Your body is at a 90 degrees and with itself, with the root of the thigh and the thighs. Just sit like this. Just stretch your hands to the sides and have a few breaths. Keep breathing, do not hold your breath. And in a while, you will realize your hands. So you have your hands throughout the day. We are using our hands throughout the day. My question to you is, are you connected to your hands? Turn the palms. Now turn the palms towards the ceiling. And from there, raise the arms up. We come to a simple stretch of Urdhva Hastasana. Urdhva upwards, Hastasana, extending the arms upwards towards the ceiling. You're still connected to your arms. So your arms may be telling you, oh, I'm tired. Oh, you know, I have this pain in the neck. No, I can't stretch my hands so high up. I have some tightness in my shoulders, etc., etc. Take your hands down. Now, this is all about connectivity. I said yoga is connectivity. So when you start practicing asanas, you get connected to yourself. And many a times this connection is not going to give you positive feedback. So many a times we do asanas, we do yoga because it is something that gives you positivity. But when you start practicing asanas, the first thing you understand is the negativity. Once again, stretch your hands to the sides. Once again, stretch your hands to the sides. Lengthen your arms. Now, when you lengthen your arms, I want you to observe a few things. Are your shoulders popping up towards the ceiling? They shouldn't. Your shoulders should be in line with the base of the neck and your wrist has to be in line with the shoulders. You are not looking there. You are not looking there, but your mind is there And without looking at the wrist, you have to see that your wrist and your shoulder is in one line, and that needs super connectivity. At the same time, do not sink your spinal muscles down. Use your spinal muscles to use your arms. Are you breathing? Or are you holding your breath to hold your hands? Don't do that. Breathe well, you can spread well. And now release and take the hands down. So this is just an introductory pose to get you connected. We know a lot about yoga, only to not know the truth about yoga. So getting back to negativity, asanas tell you that, my right hand is better, but my left hand is not better. Okay, fine. If your left hand is not good, what have you done for it? What have you done for it? This is where asanas come into the picture. So for the next 10 minutes, I'm not going to talk much, but you are going to talk with yourself. You are going to talk with your body. You are going to talk to these little parts, your wrist, your knuckles, and just not your face. Because we only speak with our face. Everything is face value. Am I looking good today? Okay, then I'm feeling good today. So come on, let's start a new communication with ourselves. Let's begin by a simple twist. Because I'm sure you've been sitting for long hours. Twisting helps you to release the spinal muscles. All you have to do is just turn to the right side of the chair, hold the backrest, and turn. So when you go to the pose, you look like this. You're holding the backrest and you're turning to the right side. Now, I want you to just turn your spine. Your shoulders are in one line. Do not turn your neck. Do not turn your head. So just look at the screen. If you see them, their face is looking forward. They are not turning the neck too much. Okay, so just turn the neck too much and show. So the spine tilts like this and the neck, look, please don't do like this, okay? Your spine should not tilt. And now change onto the other side. Take the feet to the other side. Each one of you should definitely be having a backrest for your chair. You can do it any time of the day. You can do it at your office. When you cannot think, when you lose the connection with yourself, what is it? Twist, okay? So turn, okay. Now let's think that your chair has arm rests. So what you are going to do is just sit in the center and you simply just turn to the right with one hand on the thigh and one hand on the armrest. So even this is possible. Either you do what I showed earlier or you do this, you just do a simple twist. I did not realize that many of you may be in your workspace and your chairs could have armrests. So all the other exercises I'm going to do thinking that your chairs have an armrest. Breathe and now change onto the other side. So you see both the exercises are done on either sides, the right side and the left side, to connect yourself equally on both the sides. And whenever we turn and we turn to the left side, many of us will say, oh, I'm stiff on the left side. It's not the same on the left. At least we realize that. If we are not doing asanas, we don't realize that. We get caught in counts and most of the time looking at our face. Okay, now come back to the center. So you can also turn your chair. Now we're going to do some simple arm releases. I want you to raise your arms up like we did for Urdhva Hastasana. And I want you to hold your right wrist. So you're holding your right wrist with your left palm hand. You're holding your right wrist like this. And you are coming down towards the left side. Now you're not completely going down. You are sort of extending your arm and stretching towards the left. Breathe. You know, this time you can breathe the best because your diaphragmatic band opens out well. Understand when you sit on the chair for long hours, you are actually dumping the body weight down because this rib cage is a big, it's a huge weight that we carry. Come back to the center, take the hands down, breathe. Don't hold your breath. Now, once again, raise both the arms up and extend the left hand with your right hand, hold the left wrist. One, extending the left hand higher and come down towards your right side. I just thought that this one may interest you. This little skeleton here is our companion for most of our classes. Because when I say rib cage, some of us may not even know what's a rib cage. Come back to the center and take the hands down. In all these years of teaching, I've realized that we know our body only when there's pain and discomfort. So when you know that, oh, you know what, there's a problem in my bottom rib, we will know that, oh, I have a bottom rib. Okay? Anyway, what I want is, this is the rib cage. Okay? Now, this rib cage, inside this rib cage are the lungs. And whatever happens here, it is surrounded by muscles. So whatever happens here is going to affect the performance of the lungs and the most important organ, your heart. Let's just stretch the hands once more. Extend your arms once more. And now with your left hand, hold the right palm. Go on extending. And just stretch towards the left side. Stretch towards the left side. Breathe well. And as I told you, it is the diaphragm. So how much, what effort are you going to put now? What effort are you going to put now to open out this location? Come on, this location. Lift. Because your stomach, your liver is somewhere here, stomach is somewhere here. See, you can just sit at work and do these stretches. Come back to the center and let's hold the left hand. Hold the left wrist and come down towards the right side. Extend towards the right side. Widen your bottom rib cage, as I can say this sentence now, because this is that bottom rib cage. Breathe. Lift the chest up. Create a gap. Understand, when you're sitting for long hours, you are actually inviting troubles like acidity, heartburn, indigestion, and now take the hands down. Take the hands down. Breathe. Breathe. You can even exhale from your mouth. Give a good exhalation from your mouth. That will only help you connect better. Okay? Now we are going to go to a position called as Gomukhasan hands. Gomukh is the face of the cow, but we are just doing the hand variation. Raise the right hand up, bend your right elbow, and with your left hand, place your left hand on the right elbow and just extend towards the left side. Just extend towards the left side. So besides just stretching the bottom rib cage and the diaphragm, now you are also stretching the sides of the ribs. So please understand, first it was the front of the ribs, the bottom of the ribs, now the sides of the ribs. Breathe. Just breathe a little more and see. It's possible when you're doing these stretches. And to this, I'm just going to add a little interesting stretch. You have already come down towards the left. Just diagonally go forward over your left knee. And then just turn and come up and take the right hand up. And exhale. And now the left hand. Raise your left hand, bend your left elbow. With your right hand, hold the left elbow and come down towards the left side. Wait, take your mind on the left ribs, left sides of the ribs. As I told you, it's all about connectivity. If you are going to do and if you're not going to think about it, you've lost the action. You know, there's a very great philosophy of karma yoga over here. So this is like physical karma yoga. And now diagonally stretch forward towards your right knee and then make a circle and come up and take the hands down. Deep inhalation, deep exhalation. We are just going to club up one more twisting. You are going to sit just the way you are, but you're going to place your left elbow on the right knee. You're going to place the left elbow on the right knee and the right hand on the waist. Place the right hand on the waist. Turn towards the right side as much as you can. Push the left shoulder back as much as you can. Be there. Breathe. Try and be with us. Try and do with us. Push your left shoulder. Now, I'm going to ask you to stretch your left hand up. Your right hand up, sorry. Your right hand is stretched up. as if you're doing some practice of weights, because you have to lift the weight of the rib cage up towards the right side. And now exhale and come up. Breathe. Let's do on the left. Place the right hand onto the left knee. Now, when you do that, you are involving the back ribs. You're involving the back ribs, and that's exactly what I want you to do. So just by adding a new stretch, we have finished working on every side of the rib cage. Now stretch your left hand up. You're looking towards the left side. Understand, when we sit on the chair, we rarely look to the right, rarely look to the left. And the spine goes through so much of a movement with its weight going down on the lower part of the spine. And now release and come up. Now, what did I just say? If it was confusing, let me just show you. So when we sit, we are actually pushing a lot of dead weight on this location. So this is the location that starts giving us problems as we sit for longer hours and as we age. So just by releasing your body with these simple stretches, it's going to give you a good connectivity with yourself, which will motivate you to go for walks, which will motivate you to keep your upper trunk light and healthier spinal muscles. Now let us see what we can do for this lower spine, called as the lumbar spine, which usually goes through a lot of pain. Now for that, I just want you to bend your right knee and lift your right leg slightly up off the floor and straighten your right leg straight out. Just straighten your right leg straight out and take the right leg down. Now lift your left leg up. I want you to lift your left leg slightly higher and reach out. So how is this going to help the back? Take the left leg down. We go through a lot of tightness in the legs when we sit for long hours. The lower back muscles, when they are tight, they affect the lower leg muscles. So first we are releasing the leg muscles to reach your lower back. Come on, once again, raise your right leg straight up. You are not touching with your, sitting with your back to the wall, back to the chair, backrest. There is a space between the spine and the backrest of your chair. Come on, lift your leg up. Now I'm going to ask you to lift both the hands up also. Go on lifting the hands up also. Breathe. And now take the hands down. Take the right leg down. And change. Hands also down. Now lift the left leg up and stretch the left leg out. Be there. And raise both the arms up. Lift your leg up. You're working your quadricep. Working your quadricep. And that is going to help our leg muscles and back muscles. So I'm lifting the arms higher. You know now the sides of the ribs, the upper trunk, on extending well. And now take the hands down, take the leg down, and release. You are just going to fold your arms. You are going to keep them on your knees and rest your head on your arms. So you're going to round your back, to rest your back, to give yourselves that little connectivity with your own breath. This is something which you can do again at any location. A few breaths. And now sit up. Just let's finish the last stretch with our arms. Stretch your hands to the sides. Lengthen the arms well. And you all are going to spread out your palms well. Turn the palms up. Turn the palms up. Drop your knuckles down. Dropping your knuckles down, try to increase the space from the little finger to the thumb. See, you know, we all want good health of the neck. We all want the blood to reach the brain. But if our arm muscles and shoulder muscles are tight, it does not happen. So these simple exercises will keep your arm and shoulder muscles relaxed and help in that process. Take your arms back. Open the chest, pull the hands back, open the chest, and from there, raise the arms up and take the hands forward. Exhale. And now we are going to do a few leg stretches. For that, I want you to stand up. And I just want you to have the chair in front of you. So you can go back and you can just turn the cheek and have it just like that. Okay. And you are just going to place your right leg onto the chair straight. So place the right leg onto the chair and stand tall. Roll the toes in, have the knees straight, lift the abdomen. This is a simple stretch. It's going to help you strengthen your lower back. It's going to help you remove that excess uric acid that gets collected in the knee joint, lactic acid that gets collected in the knee joint when you sit for long hours. From here also, raise both the arms up. Raise both the arms up. Be there. And then I want you to keep your hands on the top rest of your chair. So you're going to feel the stretch on your thigh muscles. The back of the thigh, the front of the thigh. And now release and take the right leg down. And just once the left leg. Extend your left leg. Place the left foot onto the chair. Raise both the arms up. Lift your arms up higher. And now reach out, hold the top bar of the chair, feel the stretch on the back of the thigh, front of the thigh. Be there. Lengthen your spinal muscles. You know, we are not used to these terms. This is a new language. This is a new mode of connecting to your body. And we are not used to it. So we won't even realize what is lengthen your spinal muscles. But can you feel the stretch? I want you to maintain that stretch. And now release and come back and sit on the chair. Come back and sit on the chair. A few breaths. And unfortunately, I cannot see all, but I hope that you are trying to do at least a little bit of what I am sharing with all of you. Any form of communication, when it is not coming from the heart, is not going to be powerful. So when you have to perform, when you have to create, when you have to be extremely creative, if it does not come from the core, it is not going to work. And for anything to come from the core, you need to be healthy and calm from inside. Now, health and calmness from inside is not as difficult as one seems, or it seems to any one of us, or it's also not a commodity that we can buy off from the shelf. It is something which is inside us equally. It has been distributed to every human equally. When we were born and even now, it's just that we don't know how to tap the potential. And that comes with yoga. Yoga is just not physical body stretching. It is all that we do to tap the potential within us so that we reach that happiness, calmness from within. Okay? Now, how do these stretches help you? They channelize your breath. They channelize your breath, and that is where the energy will come in from. So throughout the day, take a few breaks to channelize your breath. That is the biggest investment, the simplest investment you can do for very good returns. Instead of finding days once in a year to go on a retreat, on a wellness program, induce these habits every day. Sitting straight, widening your shoulders, lengthening your arms, stretching your arms, bending your arms, rotating your arms, but all with a complete awareness of the right side and the left side. It's very, very simple. The symmetry is very simple. It's like a straight line. The spine is like a straight line. You have to just maintain that and manage that throughout the day. And then it is, when you stretch your hands to the sides, it's like a cross. So the junction of the cross is somewhere very close to your heart. It's very close to your heart. And then when you come down, it's very close to your navel. It's a straight line. And from there, if you go up, it is the center of the forehead. From the center of the forehead, it is again the top of the skull. So it is one straight line. If we get some time out to just get connected to the straight line and to the connection of the straight line
to the horizontal line, I think we will be much closer to good health. Now, just let us do a little bit further stretching for our symmetry. It's a symmetry. It's all about lines. It's all about circles. You know, when you are going to stretch this, suppose this becomes your entire radius, and whatever you do, so suppose you are going to come down, touch your hand down, stretch, then you are going to go to the other side, stretch, then you are going to come back to the center, diagonally turn and touch down again, stretch, then you come back to the center, you come back and to the other side. Tell me, how much can you do? And you know, in our texts, in certain rituals that are performed, what happens? You bow down to all the directions. There are approximately 8 directions any Brahmin will bow down to before he starts any rituals, because there are various forces coming from various sides, which we term as aura, which we term as energy. Now, this is all very abstract. Let's talk about lines, let's talk about circles, and let's talk about triangles. And all these formations which you do in your body is what gives you energy. So I just showed you the circles, what you can do. Now, let's do some fun, okay? So have both your elbows like this. Have your arms like this, your elbows like this. Now, this can be possible if you've been with me for the last 10 minutes, okay? If you've cheated and not done what was taught for so long, then you won't be able to do that. Now, you're going to maintain the left elbow, just take it a little to the center, swing your right hand and try to join your palms. So you swing your right hand from down and try to join your palms. So these are called as Garudasana. Tell me, if everyone says hello to the other in the office like that, sitting on your chair, if you just look at the other person and throw a challenging hello like this, don't you think it's going to be a little fun place? And down. Okay, now the other hand, right? And left hand from down. So your right hand is in the center and you swing and left hand from down. Anyone wants to show the final Garudasana? One of you. So basically, this is a short form of this pose. You can see her doing that. It is an eagle pose, Garudasana. So what Jay is going to do is, Jay is going to sit in Garudasana. So he's going to swing his one leg, move forward and slide it behind the other leg. What did he do? So take your hands down. Okay, take your hands down. So that little stretching that you did with the legs, you can do, test your stretching. So what you have to do is, your left knee is bent. You take your right leg, swing it over your left and hook your right foot beyond your left shin. You can sit on the chair and do that. I know many of you may be in your shoes, so I'm not going to force you. Okay, but this is just a little bit. And now just take your hands back to Garudasana. And take the hands down and release the legs. There is a lot that one can do. There are various ways of getting connected to the body. Yoga is one of the most important ways because yoga is an 8-step. It has 8 steps. And each human taking birth on this planet has the potential of discovering all these 8 steps. You don't have to be a yogi. You don't have to be a guru. You don't have to wear certain clothes. You don't have to give up certain foods. You can be just right where you are. You can just create that energy from inside, which all of you will be touching everybody's heart with your designs. Because what comes out from your hands, from your vision, is a joy to others. And anything that gives joy, pure joy to anybody, is yoga. So I wish all of you abundance in this joy and a great potential to unmute yourself, to connect to yourselves, and from within, let that flow, which is only going to be joy. Thank you very much. And before I say goodbye, please do join a yoga class next to your house, or please do join any yoga session which is accessible to you. And definitely now there are quite a few online yoga classes. Even we conduct yoga classes online. So if you find it interesting, please practice yoga. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Indie Design. It was really very nice to do this small session.
Amazing.
Thank you so much. That's really actually all of us in office have done this session. Very, very enjoyable. And thank you so much for reminding us how connecting to our body through yoga is important and how it enhances our own life and performance. And let's just remember that once you lose connection with yourself, you can just twist, stretch, sit tall, and breathe in your own chair. Thank you once again. And I hope all of us enjoyed it as we did. And now let's connect with our next panel. And our second panel will throw light on what being winners during the pandemic means. Speakers of this panel are no strangers to winning awards and accolades in the field of design. The theme focuses on what winning meant to them during this time and how they have gone ahead in this new normal. How has their practice changed or rather modified? As design experts, what changes do they foresee? We welcome Anthony Lopez, Sanandan Sudhir, Sonam Galston, Girish Lone to our next session. This session will be moderated by Anthony Lopez. Founder and principal of Lopez Design, Anthony guides his studio practice with the clear purpose of delivering path-breaking solutions. Founder of the Invent Group, Sanandan Sudhir is on the mission to put India on the global innovation map by building one of the best idea-to-market companies in the world. Sonam Galston, along with the benchmates, set up a design consultancy called EcoStream in Sikkim. Girish Lone is co-founder and director of product design at Tarbich Product Design Life. It is also worth mentioning that all of the speakers on this panel have won India's Best Design Award and have been featured in Design India at some point. This session will be moderated by Anthony Lopez. Over to you, Anthony.
Hi, Marina. Good to see you. It's been a long time. And congratulations to all my fellow panelists. And welcome to this session. So it's about...
Anthony, your video is not on.
Yeah, we can't see you.
Okay, there am I. I'm ready. I can't see myself. How do I see myself, Sudhir? I can only see you.
Or you can just keep speaking. We can see you now.
Okay.
You can just click on the screen 2-3 times and things will shuffle in there.
Yeah.
Just put the speaker format and I think it'll be fine. Go to the view.
Yeah, I've got the gallery view. That's good enough. Yeah. So hi, everybody, and welcome to this session. We are supposed to talk about the topic about winning at the time when we were all muted, and how each one of us managed in our own respective way. So effectively, I think today, I believe all of us have won awards. So how the hell did we manage that, right? So let's go. So initially, I think my first question to each one of you would be, if you could just dwell upon how did the pandemic affect you, right? What impact did you have to face because of the pandemic? So, yeah, any one of you? Sonam? Yeah. Oh, Sandy. Yeah, Sandy, you raise your hand. Yeah.
Okay, so let me start. So I think the cumulative impact on me, per se, or our team has been that the general well-being has improved. It's because you have traveled less. You've not spent 1.5 hours, 2 hours every day traveling. You've not spent, 4 months in China just trying to get some manufacturing done. That has given you as an individual a lot of time to think about what you're doing, your work. Also, a lot of time to think about what your customers want and how to satisfy their needs. So I think the focus on self, focus on family, and focus on work is the best thing that happened to me and our team as far as the pandemic. Of course, there were ups and downs. We were not able to execute a lot of things in time. There were a lot of ups and downs. But predominantly, the impact overall is very positive for us as a team. And when you talk about customers, I think they also got a lot of time to think. I mean, a CEO who has been all the time running to make ends meet or make the production targets meet is suddenly sitting and thinking, okay, what can I do new? What can I do innovative for my company? And that's when they would, search for companies like us. And another interesting thing that happened was that the focus shifted to using technology. The focus shifted to finding people, talking to people, connecting with people online. So a lot of new platforms emerged, a lot of innovative companies came up, and we also got an opportunity to use a lot of them. So I would say customer is always the winner, and he has been again the winner in this particular case because the whole system has changed. He has become more demanding. We have become more approachable because we're online. So anytime you can just reach us, which was earlier used to be, oh, you have to have a physical meeting, let's meet in office and brainstorm and so on. So I think that accessibility improved the overall design process. It also improved relationships among us and relationships between customers and us. And what we did, we just made the ideas free. The options that we have as customers were limited. So our key thumb rule was never say no and make it free. If a customer really has money and if he wants to do something, if he sees the way we work and if he sees some ideas from us, it really excited them and they thought that we are perhaps the right partner for them. So being true to ourselves along the pandemic, which means being also true to the customer, which means if there's a delay, communicate, be open, be the first guy to give bad news, never say no, and make it free initially, I think was the formula that we used during the pandemic.
It's fantastic. I mean, you got quite a bit of what conversion happened because of the pandemic. Yeah. And I think it's all largely positive for you. What about you, Sonam? Hi. Your speakers are off. Your microphone is off. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. Hi, Anthony. So for us, I think, when the first wave came in, I think Sikkim, I'm from Sikkim, so until May 2020, there were 0 cases, and we just had one entry point in the border, and it is all controlled, and we were in a much better situation then, and we kind of like somewhere the pandemic really made us think a little bit out of the box, because there were almost about 16 to 20 people working with us here in Sikkim, and there were empty hotels. So we took up an entire hotel on lease, and we got everybody onto that hotel, and then we were working.
Oh, I thought you were partying.
Sorry?
You got everybody together to party.
Yeah. So it was becoming all of that, so we were living, working in the same space. So it was not only co-working, it was co-living also and co-creating also. So, it went on very well until, we had the first casualty of the COVID, and, everybody got berserk and everybody wanted to go back home, and, it was chaos after that. So for us, it was a mix of everything, there were opportunities, there were chaos, there were a lot of, setbacks also. But I think what it really did is it triggered, triggered a lot of our roles as problem solvers. It kind of somewhere we started adapting to new scenarios and new problems, and we went on accordingly. So eventually that that system actually worked out very well, and it's working out very well now also, because for us in the Himalayas, pandemic, besides the health thing, there are bigger problems. We are literally under lockdown because of landslides and floods and this, that, and the impacts of climate change. So we have bigger problems to actually address, and I think it's I think the same for a country like India. We have larger, bigger problems to address than the pandemic. So yeah, that's how things are in second.
Sonam, you spoke about your bigger problems, but also I heard that your studio does a lot of work in context to the local environment, local people. Could you expound a little bit more on that?
Yeah, I think that's basically has been our context, of design. When we moved to Sikkim, for us in the beginning, we didn't really have a vision. We didn't have any focus. So eventually we realized that the kind of portfolio that we were building were mostly based on very fragile biodiversity, sensitive space like Sikkim. So for us, whenever we were working with communities or any sector, we worked with almost about 22 sectors in Sikkim. So any sector, it usually eventually hits upon the biodiversity context. And for us to talk about any kind of development, whether it's livelihoods, whether it's industries, or whether it's any intervention or governance, anything, biodiversity becomes the more center thing. It becomes the core thing. And eventually, if you really look at the pandemic, and this is just the start. If you really look at it, there's something called zoonosis, and zoonosis actually has not only your COVID, you have the, strep typhus, you have various different kinds of, viruses and bacteria, and all those things are actually happening because of the impact in the environment, because of climate change and because of uncontrolled development and all of that. So for us as a design, enterprise, for us, the focus has always been centered around the environment, because that's the only thing that we have. We don't have big industries, we don't have the Ambanis, we don't have the Tatas, we don't have anything. For us, we have clean air, clean water, peaceful environment, good organic food. So these are things that, for us, it makes a huge difference. So our work is actually more or less, centered around those things.
What about you, Girish?
Yeah, hi. Very interesting perspective from Sonam, coming from very different part of the world. So we being on the first side of pandemic in Mumbai, the first time when it hit, and by the time it went away, it went across India, and we obviously went through a lot of downside initially because it was difficult to envision what will happen next. So sitting at home and finishing up last projects, and then there are no projects, and there are situations where a lot of interesting CEOs are coming up, like Sanandan said, with their new ideas and willing to expecting us to explore things in a pandemic where design process was completely disrupted. When you work in the industrial design domain purely and there's no physical contact, it became initially very challenging to understand how do you execute a project. By the time November came, we shifted our offices. We realized our people traveling in Mumbai have a challenge. How do we make people meet at one place, and how do we manage first the team altogether? We figured that out, and by the time we've settled back into the rhythm of working, the next pandemic came in, and that is when the situation became very challenging, when two of our complete teams and the families got infected, and that was like alarm bell coming. For a month, I was like following it up with all the people in the members and family, right from possibly checking with them, where is the injection coming from, do you need any help, where we were helpless, we have no understanding of things. And then at the second pandemic, we realized how challenging it is actually. By that time, I was traveling quite a lot. By the way, April, May, June, I traveled across as a owner of an entrepreneur company and an entrepreneur. Took it on myself to go out and deliver certain projects, because certain projects had certain requirements which was related to pandemic actually. Obviously, financially it was up and down definitely, but a lot of new opportunities that come out of this pandemic now. We also had a time in the first wave to relook at how we work, actually how Sanandan teams work or other design studios are working, and how we are working for last 10 years. Fortunately, in that time, we also finished 10 years of around 11 years of our existence. And we're also looking at how we have been working and what we have done in last 10, 11 years. We went back to our 10 clients, went back to our ex-employees, went back to our colleagues who are in different design domains and design places, and trying to fetch their inputs. How do they look forward to the next new things? What is new normal? And we also had an opportunity to introspect our own services and reposition ourselves as a new company completely. So that pandemic allowed us to relook at what we are doing. So in a way, it's also a case where I'm being a designer as well as an entrepreneur, running around for new projects and getting things executed, managing employees and all, also allowed me to sit back and look at the whole thing again, literally again. So it has been a roller coaster journey. We are kind of now settled back after all this. We are all vaccinated and all. So, but there's definitely a hybrid model coming up, which I think in last yoga class also it became very prevalent that focus and working in a team is very important, and that's where we are trying to now build as a part of a culture.
But do you think this question comes to all of you in context to impact on business, or did you suffer because of
definitely
pandemic hitting and
yeah,
stuff?
Definitely. On the first wave we did suffer. Second wave, in fact, we have done far better than last year, definitely on that, and in fact better than last year as well.
So in your case, it's related to pandemic related products, or
not really, not all of them definitely, but we have seen different waves of requirements coming through, which are obviously challenged sometimes by a pandemic or sometimes by the other technologies or things around it. So which are helping us as a design companies to look at them from a new perspective as a new projects possibly. Our ex-clients have woken up because of our initiatives of contacting them back and getting back to them and checking with them what's happening and how do you want to reinvent yourself. And that also has helped us to gain a lot of traction actually.
Yeah, so you say that in a way, because we went down a bit, we also reached out,
yes,
look at possibilities and look at rekindling relationships and
yes, actually.
yeah,
So that's called communication. I think Sanandan touched upon it because that was the only way to communicate with people, calling people, getting to meet them on charts like these, and connecting back with them and sharing the ideas actually.
So Girish, two things. One is, where are you based?
We are based in Mumbai.
Oh, Mumbai. And in the field of product design, I mean, what is your specialty, or what areas do you look at?
We obviously concentrate purely on industrial design or new product developments. We work on a lot of, we work with a lot of startups. So most around 60 to 70% our work revolves around startups, right from scratch level developments where we develop POCs for our clients. We also work with the large companies for typical industrial design projects as well. So it's a domain wise, it's very wide. We have a very wide portfolio of work. So we have worked in healthcare, hygiene, medicals quite a lot. We are working now in recent times. We are working in EV industry right now quite a lot because of that EV trend coming in. We are also working a lot with the consumer appliance as well as lifestyle products in certain categories. So it's a large domain we are catering. So we are not like sticking to any single domain as such.
Yeah, it is good to see both you product design firms doing really well. Because there was a time when I had stepped out of design school, and product design was always struggling and doing air cooler panels and stuff like that, right? And now are doing serious projects, which is very, very good. What about you, Sandy? Did your business get impacted in the first wave?
Actually, no, we never suffered. I think we have given increments to our teams over the pandemic, decent increments like 20 plus and so on. We did not suffer a lot. We did not suffer at all actually throughout. And it's basically because we generally, our business is a pull business. We have decent online presence. So there are people across the world who write to us. And we have a policy that within 4 hours, they will get a response. Within 24 hours, they will get our detailed portfolio, execution, NDA, and so on. So we have some solid strategies, in terms of communication, because of which, if let's say, one customer came from US and he just told us that, we had sent a message to 6 studios and you guys just responded in 2 hours in the night at 10 o'clock. And next day morning, I had the whole presentation. Next day evening, I was talking to you guys. I got response from others, but somebody responded in 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, and so on. And then eventually you got the business because we just loved the promptness with which you worked. So we don't think that people suffer. I mean, if you are among the best, if you're trying to become the best, so we have filed 60 plus patents in the last 5-6 years. We have about 17, 18 inventions granted in the US and Europe and so on. And our core focus at present is intellectual property and doing something inventive or innovative in any product that we do. So that also doesn't leave too many choices for a customer, because we're not just a pure industrial design firm. So we innovate, we do design. We have about 150 tie-ups in China. We do a lot of manufacturing, and that's another thing. We have strong relationships there, because I've been literally there for 4 or 5 years, every year, 3, 4, 5 months. So I can just pick up the phone, get a quote for a plastic part, $200,000 quote, and get the damn thing executed in the next 3 months without actually going there and getting the parts here. So I think relationships and communication is the key. And if you are striving to become the best in whatever you do, pandemics would come, they would hit, but it's not necessary that they would impact.
That's music, and fantastic. I think your proactiveness right from the onset, before the pandemic, helped you to continue and being very, very proactive in context to running the business very efficiently.
Yeah, another important thing, we anticipated this. So the day Modi announced, that the next Sunday, I think he announced on Thursday that, on Sunday we'll have one full day. Nobody knew that from Monday he's going to just announce a lockdown. But then that week, that Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we had taken everybody's system, shifted it to their homes. I had a gut feel that, something like this is going to happen. So I guess we were prompt. We were taking care of things that would bother us in the future, maybe right from the beginning, because we were getting a lot of signals from China. We were talking to a lot of people across the world in terms of what problems are happening and how they are facing that. So it was anticipated, and I think we planned well as far as the execution is concerned.
So do you have any continuous cash flow coming in because of your IP and because of your inventions?
No, we don't. We don't. We have a 55 people team, and that's a lot of expense also. Yeah. We are predominantly a services company. We do manufacture some stuff like 10, 15,000 truck cameras with CPUs, which again is a supply chain that we manage. So we have some profitability there. But yeah, predominantly still we are like 70, 80% services. And we've been able to manage our cash flows well.
What about you, Sonam? You had a good time for till May, you say, right? And then since you're on the other side, up in the hills, right? But eventually when it hit you guys and things went haywire, did it impact your business significantly?
I think so. My business is actually looking at two aspects. So one is EcoStream, which is the consultancy, and then there's LA, which is the enterprise. Consultancy, we got even more busier. We had no excuse also. We couldn't say that I was traveling or whatever you want. You had to be available throughout, So on the consultancy part, I think, yeah, we were pretty okay. That way, none of us here would actually use visiting cards, because it's such a small place, everyone knows everyone. So because of this pandemic, EcoStream had we never had such kind of an online presence. We never attended so many webinars. We never attended so many conferences. That last year was like one after another. So that ways we actually had a much better, wider presence because of the pandemic. EcoStream did well, but on the other side, La is an enterprise where we actually work with communities across 23 villages in Sikkim. There we had a major setback because I couldn't just let the artisans off. So we have a buyback system, and we kind of kept buying from the artisans, because we had to make sure that they have an income every month, because that was the only source of income for them. So we kept building inventories, and then the weather, we never realized that we had to build such big inventories. So we never had that kind of a storage system and all of that. And, because of bad weather, this, that, the fungus, humidity, all that, added up. So somewhere for us in the enterprise part, we, kind of like continue to suffer right now also, because as we speak, we are cut off from the rest of the country, because we have got major landslides at the border, and we have been having 3 to 4 days of continuous rain, non-stop rain, literally non-stop rain. And Sikkim, Darjeeling, Kalimpong, Kashong, all of the places are like, we are like thing with landslides right now. So, for us, this thing of finding losses in enterprise and all is not a new thing. But the pandemic definitely push it quite a bit, because of the lockdowns, multiple notifications, that keep coming. You can do this, you cannot do that. So we couldn't plan. So the enterprise part, yeah, we suffered quite a bit, but the consultancy, I think, we did much better, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. So very, very unfortunate what is happening to that region. Yeah, and it's been suffering for a long time, for long periods of time, and I think neglected or ignored, as you may put it, to some degree. But again, I hope that the so-called recovery operations by the respective governments at the central level helps you all recover faster, and helps you with the small enterprises like yours again to catch up and start getting on your feet. But if you sum up this entire time period, of the pandemic, and the topic which we are supposed to talk about now is how has it helped you unmute yourself, right? And so what is this awakening? Is there an awakening did you get? Would you do things entirely differently because of how things have hit you in a certain manner? Of course, as we all know that how technology and all these things have helped us, and this new way of the new mechanics of now operations is going to stay. But is there something else which has emerged beyond all this?
I think, yeah. I mean, when the first wave happened, I was one of the most excited guys, in the office, like, I was like, my God, this is like, I never thought that I would live to see a time when there would have been opportunity to have major disruptions, coming from, a place like Sikkim, like no one knows about Sikkim, nothing, suddenly, I felt that this is the best time for any, any small enterprises or anybody with like great ideas to actually, put things, forward, because then everybody migrated to a virtual space, right from farmers to students to government, everybody was online. So for me, I was very excited about what could really happen, because for whatever brief period of time, I mean, you could meet the CEOs online, you could meet, we listen to things happening at any point in time, whatever part of the world. So you have access to so many things, So for us, suddenly, whatever we are thinking, like, 10, 15 years down the line will happen in Sikkim. Suddenly it happened last year. So I really got really excited, and I am still very excited about it. I feel that, this is the best time for even the Indian design industry to, we have always been talking about the national design policy. We've always been talking about the creative industries, the creative economy, and all of that. This is the best time to actually, put forward these ideas, because, we never had such kind of networking, in this panel also, you have people from all over. This is probably a very nationalized panel, right? You have people from representing from different parts of India. And this is really possible because now, the pandemic has really made that possible for us to educators, entrepreneurs, everybody to be on one thing and just have like some sort of a collective vision or some sort of like things that we've been discussing over the years. Ranjan has been talking about God knows for how many years, and we are now living that those ideas, the concepts that we've been taught at NID. So I mean, I'm very excited right now about the present as well as the future.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on this aspect of new opportunities for design, right? And I believe just before the pandemic, we had initiated two dialogues at our studio where designers from all over the country came and met. There was Sudhir also part of that, which was basically on two topics: was design first policy for the nation and what design can do for you, right? Because people have a very narrow understanding, all industries, everybody have what design can do for you. And here, I think now the community as such has a huge potential of delivering. It is at the threshold of delivering because we are, as a collective, become larger, right? And I think, but it is not about making one attempts, but making several collective attempts, right? In bringing this service or this change maker, so called, into the forte as far as a priority for the nation in every ways, because I think it is mutually beneficial for everybody in many ways. What about you, Girish? What was your eureka moment, or was there a eureka moment?
Not it, obviously not a eureka moment, but kind of, I told you the first wave forced us to rethink how we are working actually, literally, physically as well, because being apart and still connected online, and as well as how we are actually delivering for last 12 years as an industrial design studio. So we looked at the whole thing and allowed us to reformat the whole thing. Now we are trying a process where we are trying to put together a complete new way of working on a projects, which once upon a time I did discuss out with Sudhir somewhere down the line when we initially discussed on these ideas of doing a studio. So I still feel that is the way. So that's where it allowed me to relook at the whole picture again, scan through all the work we have done again, and see what exactly our DNA is all about. And the way you ask now, what domains you work in, right? So it's not about what domain we work, how do we work in those domains? That's what I learned actually, right? It's also learning for us. How do we work in those so many domains, right? A lot of our clients is you have such a vast varieties of domain understandings. How do you manage that? So there's no answer clear. Now we have started developing that clear answer how. And that's where we are kind of repurposing ourselves or reformatting ourselves, and most probably going to work in very different way, which brings us onto that same topic of meditation or focusing on a single thing at a time, kind of, because I have been the kind of person who wants to do one thing at a time. But being in this position of a owner of a studio and trying to run a setup and trying to manage team and also trying to design, it fragments the complete attention, right? So I'm trying to bring back all of that and see how do I repurpose the whole thing and make it very focused kind of a thing as an opportunity for industrial design or new product development as well. Because it's definitely a very, very challenging field, but what we are in, the way you touched upon, it's always been a challenging field in India, right? Doing industrial design in a very sustained way. Like I really appreciate people like Sanandan or Future Factory or Future in Design, the studios around, which has sustained over the period of time and a large teams to look at. So that inspires me actually a lot of time. Oh, these guys are doing it and making it big. So how do we also as a company make it big in our own way? So that is what has allowed us to relook at, and we may not call it a eureka moment, but it has taken somewhere around last 10 months for us to repurpose all these things, right? From how do we approach a client, the way Sananda was talking, right? From how do we put our face in the market outside, or right? How do we work with our employees in house, or how do we work as a team in house? So all these aspects we are retouching upon and trying to repurpose the whole thing as a new offering in a different perspective altogether. So that's a journey during the pandemic, which has allowed us to remake ourselves literally.
I find it interesting that that you speak about how that you are not a domain vertical specialist, right? And within this field of product design and industrial design, you do a lot many things, and you find acceptance from your clients because it's sort of a world which is very domain led or very vertical led in a lot of ways, right?
There are two ways to look at it. The moment I said to one of our clients, we may start a UX consulting, he said, I will not work with you next day. We will not work with you next day. We don't look at you like a UX agency. Why do you want to do it? But then that also forces us to look at what exactly we need to do actually. So that's the simplest example. But within our domain of industrial design, there's a never-ending possibilities of varieties of projects we can do, and how deep we can go into that. So that's how it is. So so handover. So again, 3 days back, I was listening to one of the talks, and we know something called design process. I can apply it to architecture, I can apply it to clothing, I can apply it to food, I can apply it to anything around, literally. But we want to stick to something physical. That's our DNA. That's what understanding is all about. So we don't want to go somewhere else apart from being physical with the things. And that's what keeps us cling to the domain of physical design and still have a multiple domains possibilities, right? So eventually we wouldn't mind doing food design, right? Somewhere down the line in one of our experiences, we did design tiger biscuits or treat biscuits. So that was a great opportunity in that one of the last experiences. So that's all possible with being still in a physical design. So that's what we're looking at.
Fantastic. Yeah, let's get physical. Clapping. Are we running out of time, Sudhir?
We have another 3 minutes.
Because Sandy has to have a last.
Yeah. Let's have Sandy on this. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
10 minutes, I think. Yeah.
Okay, all yours, Sandy.
All yours.
So I think pandemic just means that you may have your regular customers not so regular. So which means that the main aim is reaching the right people as early as possible and as many as possible, so that you have X number of man hours. You still should be able to get enough work for those many number of man hours. And my key learning or transformation in this period has been twofold. One is, before this, I always thought that, we have to create an ecosystem, but in India, we can't create an ecosystem. You don't have all the manufacturing technologies, you don't have this, you don't have that, and so on. And if I have to go to Germany, or I have to go there, I have to meet somebody, say hello, understand his competence, and blah, blah, blah. So all those thoughts were there that would keep you away from trying to go beyond where you are and create an ecosystem, or just keep thinking, oh, physically I have to be there to create that ecosystem. So I think the one key transformation that I went through and our team now is looking at is that you can create a system anywhere. The ecosystem exists anywhere on the planet. You have access to technology and you can reach anywhere. The second important thing that I realized is that automation is really, really helpful. For example, 5 years back, I would request my marketing guy, pick up the phone, call this fellow, just ask him, what can you do? Today, we use a software called GrowthX. It's expensive, but it sits on LinkedIn. You define some keywords and you make a list of people whom the software wants to reach. And then you have first message, second message, third message, and you have a mature lead that kind of comes to you automatically. And you just need to kind of look at those responses because it's sending 100 messages every day. So I realized that automation is something that we as designers really need to work on, because you again need to reach as many people as early as possible, because it's tough times. The third important thing that I realized is that I studied a lot, read a lot of books, saw policies, government policies, what the government is trying to do, and what different international organizations are trying to do. So I realized that, look, if you file a patent, there is a government grant that will cover your expenses. Then if you publish it, there is another government grant for developing a prototype. Then there are incubators that can help you with 3-4 lakhs. And then there is DST that can help you with 10 lakhs and maybe then 25 lakhs. And then there is crowdfunding that can actually, so we have done 4 or 5 Kickstarter and Indiegogo campaigns over the last 2-3 years. So then there is crowdfunding that can actually get the money for doing your tooling. So effectively up to prototyping, you can figure out ways, if you create an ecosystem, to get enough money to help your customer get almost all the money that he's spending back to him. And then with crowdfunding, you can get him money for his tooling, which means that from start to reaching a stage where you have 1,000 products ready on the table, there is a possible way of doing it with absolute minimal cost, as long as you have the right understanding of policy, you're connected to the right people, and you use automation to reach as many people who are looking for that kind of a service. So that's my take. Creating an ecosystem, reaching people as early as possible using automation, and understanding all policy, any kind of help that you can get online and offline, and creating an ecosystem for the business of design and not just design.
Very insightful, Sandy. I think we should now end this session. I think it has been very interesting experiences and diversity in terms of what you all are bringing to the table, what you all have brought to the table in context to what has happened in the past. And I think all the listeners must have been and enjoying this discussion, lots to digest and learn from and take forward from. I think all three of y'all won't mind if people directly get in touch with you with further questions.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And so we could direct them in case they come to you. But I think questions are very critical and important for all viewers, that please reach out so that we can get further enlightened by this discussion. Thank you, everybody.
Question is there. So the software is Growth-X.
Okay.
It's an expensive one. I think it's a subscription, which is $500 a month, but it's 100 leads per day that it can send. So you get about 20, 25 responses every day. At the end of the month, you can get 10, 12, 15 good leads. Thanks, guys.
I'm going to try that. I'll be just answering leads at the end of the day. Yeah, over to you, Sudhi.
Yeah, thank you. Yes,
thank you so much, Tony, for a lovely session and sharing your experience and insights. And as Sanathan rightly said, pandemics will come and go, but it's so important to persevere if you're striving to become the best at what you do, right? And that actually helps us win and move forward. And I think all of us are very excited for the next round of the awards. And India's Best Design Project Award goes to the Frozen Iris for informing with empathy. India's Best Design Project 2021 goes to Guidrom Design Studio for Innovation Hub Manipur. Up next, the award goes to Ordinary Brand Strategy and Design for Kellogg's K Energy Bars. Next, India's Best Design Project Award goes to Hanisha Bansal for Cora. Our next award goes to Kavya Baga Design for Lair. India's Best Design Project Award goes to the Icebreaker Creative Studio for Miraj Netex 6. The next award goes to Amoha Design Studio for Mode Bag. Next, India's Best Design Project Award goes to Design Intervention India for Multimus. India's Best Design Project Award goes to Swave Design Studio for Nalpi, world's first auto-illuminating luxury tote bag. The next award goes to Big Brand Theory Consulting for Encourage Social Media Foundation. India's Best Design Project Award goes to Creo Design for Niti Aayog Reckoner Guidebook. The next award goes to Care Form Lab for On Ferry Menstrual Cup. Moving on, the award goes to Big Brand Theory Consulting for OTP Express. The next India's Best Design Project Award goes to Astra for Pharmaceuticals Packaging Design. The next award goes to Locus Design for PM and CH. Next, India's Best Design Project Award goes to ABND The Practice for Press Fit Electricals. The next award goes to Swish for Creative Quick Wooden Eyewear. India's Best Design Project Award goes to Fable Creative Lab for Ads UI UX Design. Next award goes to Matthew and Ghosh Architects for Urban School Extension Bengaluru. The next award goes to Jitendra Sharma for Otomo. Well, congratulations to all the winners. And we are having many more awards lined up today.
Just look at the big excuse me. I prefer nights in French. And yes, sir. You can try to grow them. Snakes get over. Yeah. Wait, where did you come from? Let's see. Flake woodworking, hickory smoked meats, Default subs, subway graffiti, graffiti nails, play nails. Now you did it. You just found you made it. Yeah. You just wait till you see something pieces. See, endless things to get into an interest. Just aren't surprised yourself.
So welcome back, everyone. Let's tune in for our next panel discussion. And before I introduce you to the next panel, I would like to again remind you that use these hashtags, that is hashtag TDS 2021 and IBDA 2021, and tag us at Design India Mag and Best Design Award on Instagram and Facebook. And we'll be posting whatever you post. And yes. So now it's time for the next round of panel discussion. So work continued, nothing stopped during the COVID-19 pandemic. How have we gone ahead in this new normal? How has our practice changed or rather modified? We ask our panelists, how do they foresee the design industry moving ahead? Is it a transition or will this phase sustain? Welcoming our next panel, Vidika Ruhatki, Bhadresh Rawal, Shashwat Das, Vinay Thakkar, and Minty Shah. Vidika is the Chief Design Officer at Ernst & Young FCUX India. Bhadresh Rawal is the founder of Graphite. Shashwat Das is the head of Almond Branding. Vinay Thakkar is the CEO and founder of Ordinary. Minty Shah is a designer from NIT who has the experience of working with Star News, Star Anand, and Star Manja channels, to name a few. I would now request Vidika to moderate this session. So over to you, Vidika.
Thank you so much, Anshika, and welcome to my fellow panelists. Looking forward to this session and have some interesting conversation around the topic that is. So when I actually looked at the theme, unmute, that in itself was a very strong and relatable expression. I won't say a word anymore. It's more of an expression that we must have said more than 100 times in past 1.5 years. And we never thought that this is the word that or expression that we'll keep on saying, because we were so used to being in a room with people, on our feet, taking planes, going to client side, doing research, talking to users, living a very, very hectic life. And I think the digital world was changing with technology from almost a decade, right? But nobody thought we will witness a disruption at such a scale, which will force us to accelerate the consumption of digital mediums in various customer segments and bring a completely new user behavior. We were already struggling with heightened expectations of our customers, and now the scenarios changed as we went into the pandemic and also as we are coming out of the pandemic. During this pandemic, I think we as humans have proved that there can be a better living and a better working world. There might be different thoughts and different take that we all have as individual and also as creative people, as designers, as business designers. But there's something that has changed within all of us through this experience of 1.5 years of living pre and post pandemic. We valued human connection more. We valued every normal, regular. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. We valued human connection more. We valued every normal, regular thing even more, which we always had taken for granted, right? And I think there's a lot more than usual that got stimulated in our minds and hearts. There was a lot of thinking that went around on what really matters. And I work with 80 plus designers, and we always believed that collaboration happens, and you brainstorm, and the new ideas come in when you're in a space all together, letting the view come into your mind, with different thoughts clashing with each other, and then coming up with something which is out of the box, right? um, Definitely we changed that particular thought process. And what I'll do, I'll just talk about 4 5 things that we see changing in whether it's our working environment and whether it's our living environment, and also industry specific, as we in EY work more on horizontal industries. So we get to see how really things changed in various industries. And then I'll just touch upon briefly about what do we think this means for us going ahead in future. The first thing that I just want to highlight is that we as individuals learn more empathy. Empathy is something that we all have been vocalizing throughout, but this became in practice in each and every household, in each and every business team, to see that it's not just about just about getting things done. It's about understanding people, whether it's a frontline worker, whether it's your house staff, whether it's your colleague. You learned to empathize more because you respected the emotions and the scenario in which everybody was working in. So we saw, not only just to people who were delivering, but also for people who were asking for work in form of client, having more empathy than usual, right? So I think empathy became key here, and which basically got the whole working scenario different. We could see more of work life balance coming in, not in the initial 3 to 4 months. We all were just figuring out what's happening, but then we realized that it's a lot for people to manage home, to manage work, to see how much time you spent on a screen, how you can really collaborate. And once everybody started empathizing um, with everyone around, I think the way we conversed with everyone and the way we tackled each and every problem uh, was more empathy driven. Second, a very interesting thing is gender equality, and I think this pandemic taught us that it's not only one gender's responsibility to manage everything when it comes to home or when it comes to work. It gave people more view, and again, this also is driven from empathy, where both the genders stepped up equally to work together. And we have also seen, big examples like, 3M was forced to change the branding, where only a woman was shown on the packaging cleaning utensils. Why? Because men were also cleaning utensils, right? So why not have that? So I think that whole perception changed, and it ultimately did good and is going to do good for our future generations too. Third is skill. I think this disruption. We are lucky because we can do work digitally. We were able to reach to our clients. We were able to, with our software and tools, talk to our teams and deliver. Right. Initially, it was hard to do that in a very very silo remote mode, but we did. But there were a lot of different areas where skill became redundant, right? Where people were supposed to work offline. And we in EY did a lot of work around reskilling, right? We helped lot of customers to come from an offline mode to online mode and reskill their particular employees to, one, not lose the job, and second, to accelerate more. And there were a lot of skill sets where people just have to completely leave what they were doing and come to a new skill. So I think skill is very important, and for future it's really important how these skills can be independent of the fact of working in a remote world when probably any other such thing can come upon us. Fourth is industry. Right now we looked at various industries, and I think I have been more busier and my team as well in the pandemic working, if I compare to before, because businesses realized um, that we kept thinking that we will go digital. They kept thinking that, okay, we will create platforms for all our important customers to come online. But when the pandemic really happened and the effect on all of the workforce and the businesses it had, it really hit their revenue. So, and if the main industry segment, which is manufacturing, we saw a lot of rise and acceleration towards building digital platforms, how a manufacturer can enable the entire ecosystem, right from their supply chain to the end customer experience, and the end revenue and the end sale, all through digitally. So we created a lot of such digital platforms for manufacturers in cement, in paints, in steel, and whatnot, to ensure that that entire physical ecosystem comes online, and they can always work independently. And it was very interesting to build these digital platforms where we ourselves were working remotely. For example, we would have been going on field, doing user research with the contractors, with the factory workers, but we were able to do all of that remotely because everybody was forced to come on some medium online, whether it's WhatsApp, whether it is Zoom, and people became more digitally literate than ever before. The second interesting industry, which we thought was slow in picking up the digital acceleration, was life sciences before, which again got accelerated. No pharma company thought that they would need people to run their projects or to run the production of the drugs online. And no doctor was willing to come on online platform before because they were restricted through times or whatever reason. But then we saw this really huge rise of doctors, pharmacists, and the patients coming onto platforms to take consultancy. And we build a lot of solutions around life sciences to bring the consultation online. And it has been really successful for really large chains. So we saw this as one of the major industry picking up digital acceleration. Retail in itself, we never thought that we would do so much of shopping online. People were used to doing it, but then slowly, as we stood by staying at home, our needs kept on increasing, and we couldn't go out. So I think retail industry in itself did a lot to accelerate themselves, and we brought in a lot of such retail giants online to do e-commerce. And that's the way. Now we think going forward, retail will always be online, online mode, and also in offline mode, whether it's particular brand, whether it's a large retail grocery store, or whether it comes to clothing. Everything in retail segment, I think, just went up. And we did a lot of work, and I think that's just going to stay. Then one of the last industry segment, and which was always digitally accelerated, which is fintech, but still there was this large segment of people who were not transacting online as much, or probably zero, before pandemic. Now, whether there's somebody who's 65-year-old or 70-year-old or somebody who is 18-year-old, everybody transacted online because we all had to go contactless. So I think that in itself brought in a lot of loyalty and a lot of acceleration in the transaction business. People were not used to trusting the online mediums, and I think that has really changed, and it's going to stay. So these are some of the examples of the industry we think that have been accelerating, and there are many more, and it will keep on going ahead. Fifth is a little different than these topics, which is more close to our heart as an organization and as a team and as an individual person, is sustainability. I think pandemic taught us a lot. Nature in itself proved and showed how important slowing down was, how important clean climate is, how important it is for us to have hygiene in place, so that if any other such attack happens, how well prepared we are, and how we are taking the earth forward for 3 generations ahead, 4 generations ahead, 5 generations ahead. And that's something that we are going to always carry forward going in future. So sustainability is going to be a big key, and a big learning from the entire pandemic. And we see the market growing and people making more and more efforts to have clean energy and have clean climate. So this is what I think has been happening and has happened. And when it comes to particularly for how particularly in terms how we're going to work together going ahead in future, I think this way of working is not going to just go away, because I see sometimes it's really hard for us to get people back to office, even if even we don't feel the need to. That's the truth. But it's hard to get people back, and there's some people who are really enthusiastic to come back. So there are these mixed perspectives and feeling. Initially we were so uncomfortable staying home and working, and now we're so comfortable that we don't know whether you want to go back, whether we don't want to go back, right? So I think the remote working is going to stay. This transition will stay, but the human touch has to be there still. So the way the organizations, we read yesterday that Infosys has told their entire employees to work remotely indefinitely, right? But is that something which is good for us? In future, we'll ask other panelists as well. But I think that it will be an offline online mode. And we shouldn't lose that human touch, because we as people, human creative geniuses, sometimes need that push to come together and have that feeling and emotion uh, turn into certain ideas, which probably we won't be able to do when we sit remotely. And that's the power of human connection, which we learned and realized. So as we took a leap in changing the way we worked, we will still take a leap in changing and transitioning to the new way of working, which I think is going to be online and offline. So that's from my side. And I would just invite my fellow panelists to come and share their thoughts. So shall we start with Minty? I'll be a little biased, ladies first.
Sure. Thank you, Vidika. Okay, so I am Minty. I am a visual communication designer as well as a product designer practicing in Ahmedabad. So earlier I was in Mumbai working for Star TV as the head of visual communication design, as a design consultant with INX Media later. And then I got back to my roots, my core, Ahmedabad, and I'm practicing here totally in Ahmedabad for print, packaging, interactive, and broadcast design. And also I'm a part of the wedding industry as a designer and planner. So this is me. And first of all, I would like to thank Sudhir, Mariana, and the whole Indie Design team for having me here, as well as putting the show every single year with the same determination, passion, and just coming up with amazing concepts. So thank you so much. And I'm sure you have been inspiring and motivating thousands of designers, thousands of people who love design, as well as thousands of people who want to pursue design in future, So, okay, so coming back to this, see, all of us have gone through, we have been aware what has been happening since past 2 years. And everyone had their own ways of dealing with different situations in their own ways. Of course, some of us had gone to our own cocoon to understand the situation as well as our own selves. But the ones who have been really flexible and positively adaptable to this situation were children, kids of the age group 5 to 12. I'm sure we as parents, as adults, have actually witnessed this. Kids have their own ways of dealing with situations. Their brains respond according to their the basic survival instinct, if I say. I have closely witnessed this because in this lockdown, along with my own practice, me with two of my batchmates, of course, with the urge and passion of spreading design and art throughout the world, we came up with and designed art and design workshops, came up with the modules periodically during the lockdown, with each workshop having a unique concept. And of course, a lot of learning after every workshop happened with a final tangible product in hand after every workshop. Now, what we witnessed was unbelievable. The amount of energy and the amount of positive adaptability that kids have, it's amazing. Kids, they are least bothered where they are, whether it is offline, online. All they are concerned and interested is just learning something new and putting out their best self. Now, when I say best self in kids, they are any which ways raw. They have a limited knowledge. And then when they put out their best, it is amazing. So this really inspired me. And coming back to this subject, the idea of unmuting, when we say that we had muted ourselves for the last 1.5 years, 2 years, unmuting itself is a sort of the concept of adaptability somewhere, Now that we had muted ourselves, we are unmuting, we are adapting to the given situation. So that is what I would say, that I think let's unmute our core in us, our rawness, the child that we all of us have in us. And having said that, all of us as designers have gone through a lot in last 2 years. During this pandemic, what had happened was each and every process of design, whether it is research, whether it is design presentations, whether they were design deliverables, print, packaging, interactive, digital platforms, everyone has gone through a sudden change. Now, this sudden change can be a better, for better. This transition can be better for us if we utilize this time and ourselves and give out the best. Okay, so now how do we do this? It's basically understanding any which ways every industry, not only design, every industry is going through a transition, a revival. Now, what if we as individuals put out our core in front of us, present ourselves, what we are as individuals, and combine it with our potential of design, of anything that we have. And this marriage can work wonders, coming out. Just imagine what will happen. We will have our unique self. We will have unique design ideas that will lead to lot of design businesses. And that is what broadly what we are looking at is spreading awareness of design in our country. So having said that, coming back to the concept of core, putting our best foot to the world, I would just like to read out a couple of lines that I have written in Hindi, of course. Then I will, of course, just translate somehow. Okay, it goes like this. क्या कहूँ उसके बारे में, कहाँ से शुरू करूँ उसकी कहानी में, रफ्तार भरे जीवन में ठहराव शामिल करना था उसको, और जब खाली रास्ते मिले तो वापस मुड़ जाना था उसको। हर गली और ख्यालों की सैर कर आया है ये अनुभवी, पर अपना पता जानने पर भी ठिकाना नहीं ढूंढ पाया ये कभी। So this is what is our mind, this is what it has gone through since past 2 years. And what it says is that, it must have every single day, it goes through thousands of thoughts. What we need to do is we need to channelize it, put our best core to the world, and then see, and that is what is required today, in this revival, just putting ourselves in combination with our design potential, and that will work wonders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mehdi. I think lovely thought, and kids especially, they were the ones who suffered the most, because parents definitely did, but kids were the ones who were not able to socialize at that particular age, and engaging them was really difficult. So thank you for bringing that up and sharing the thoughts. Now we'll move on to Bhadresh. Bhadresh, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry. Now thank you, Vedika. First of all, I would like to thank Sudhir, Team IDDA, and Design India for this opportunity. Now, coming back to the topic, we were facing from last 1.5 years. We have seen as a designer 4 stages: pre-COVID, COVID, then new normal, and it's a new world like unmute. And as a designer, we have seen one most important thing, as we were cleaning our computer earlier by removing temp files and antivirus software. After new normal in unmute stage and the lockdown period, we were using sanitizer and to remove the actual virus. So this is the funny part of this conversation, but it's seriously on a design. Every design community has failed in this time. One more thing, in Illustrator, we use word Zoom, and Zoom has a meaning zoom out, zoom in. Now, if we say Zoom, then it's a Zoom call. So the one-on-one meeting changed to virtual meeting. That change again we are facing or have worked on this pandemic time. One more change we have developed in this time is we have built our data.
Bhadresh, your voice is
can work remotely. Hello. Yes. I think some net. Are you able to listen? Okay. So sorry for inconvenience. was I was talking the scenario of the working studio culture is changed. We are working from home, so many techniques are changed. Earlier in our team, we used to have personal one-to-one scribble and ideation sessions. Now everything is on call or with client also. One more
Bhadresh, we are
health. Sorry.
Bhadresh, I think the link is going off. I think some internet issue at your end.
Okay. Give me a few minutes. I will be reconnecting the.
It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine
Okay.
now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So the communication language in our industries is also changed. In most of communication, we have seen the word health, safety, care to loved ones, and also. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can hear you. You're fine now.
Hello.
We can hear you, Bhadresh.
We can hear.
Okay. So in the last 1.5 years, as earlier Vidika said, we have developed the quality of empathy and patience towards the working culture also. Empathy towards our own self. In this time, we have developed to motivate the quality in our team to ourselves also by understanding the process and hello.
We can hear you fine. You can go ahead.
Okay. So
yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So in communication, the process is we have changed and hello. Give me 1 minute. I think I have some problem in.
Yeah, Vidika, I think we can move to the next panelist.
Yes.
And come back to Bhadresh later. Thank you.
Absolutely. So we have Vinay and Shashwat. Vinay, would you like to go first? Kindly unmute, Vinay. We can't hear you.
You know, sometimes even unmuting doesn't help.
Yeah, can you guys hear me now?
Absolutely, yes.
Right, thank you. You know, so thank you for the team to invite me. You know, I'm going to keep it short because I understand we're going to run out of time very soon. So I think for me, you know, honestly, for me as an entrepreneur, it's been a very exciting, like the silver lining of the entire pandemic has been the entire human experiment which has happened, you know, and it was something that I was itching to do, but it seemed too risky in terms of exploring like a hybrid model and stuff like that, right? But what I've seen is today is, you know, gives me a lot of belief and joy that, you know, it's something that can easily be managed. And I'll tell you guys why, right? So as a company, we have always had multiple global clients. So we were very used to, we were infrastructure point of view, we were equipped with, you know, the video conferencing and everything that was needed in terms of a Google Suite model. And we were talking to clients abroad. So the business team was very equipped per se, but the designers were not. And I've seen something very interesting, whether my HR team doing a happiness index survey and all these things in terms of what I am seeing today. So I think two things, what I've come to understand. First, designers thrive on two things primarily. One is energies of others, right? And second is their own energies. So when I say energies of others, that's more about collaboration, brainstorming, working together, the office environment, the vibe in the office. So I think that's what a physical office, you know, gives you really, really well. But the second thing, again, which is very important, which is can impact the creative output and efficiency, is about them being able to switch off and work on what they have to. And I think on that aspect, it's difficult, as human beings, as social human beings, to be able to switch off in an environment like an office, for example. How do you like cut off and go into your own world and focus on your craft, where you need to get to, for example, execution and thinking. So we've seen a huge improvement on the second front in terms of people being able to work at peace in their own space, in their own comfortable space. And I think we've seen fabulous results in terms of the quality of creative output really shooting up, through client feedback, and even me noticing, what we're putting out is a lot more richer. Definitely what, I think, is still going to be a challenge is, collaboration and working together. So, we are currently, working with different tools and collaborative tools to see how it works out, but nothing can replace you coming together offline and doing it. So from that point of view, at least for me, from a design point of view, a hybrid seems beautiful for the industry where we are, in terms of letting people have their own space whenever they need to go into their own silo and kind of work, and get people to be able to, huddle up, so that seems very exciting for me. And, and what we also did, by the way, I think one of the keywords like Vidika also mentioned was about empathy. And I think as we, as an industry, our biggest assets, is human beings, is our own people. And I think what we, what gave me a lot of joy was, the team, the HR team, focusing on ensuring right from the minute, we kind of moved to that kind of a model to be able to ensure people are very comfortable. So we got them really nice desks and ergonomic chairs and stuff like that for them to work on. We ensured that there is a very good work-life balance. So we in fact planned projects a lot more efficiently. Was a struggle, honestly, for the first month, 2 months. But I think luckily for the nature of clients that we worked with, they were very understanding of that, because at a very human level, they could really appreciate, it was like a tough time. So I think we kind of focus a lot inwards towards people, because during such times, how you take care of your own people in tough times, especially for the kind of industry wherein we exist, where talent is such a big problem. How do you get the best talent? How do you retain the best talent? Is by ensuring that, you stick by them by a rock and ensure they are as comfortable as you can make them, and they're working happily. So, that's something which I have, for example, focused in terms of, what is happening internally. And a hybrid model seems like something that I personally want to stick to, and we're evaluating that currently. So that's for us primarily in terms of inwards, which I feel is a lot more important. The other bit is, I think very, very interesting things happening, at least for the set of clients that we work with globally. So we work largely with e-commerce companies and FMCG companies, and it's been again, we've kind of adapted to whether it's the need for what, as per the consumer shopping behavior changing and stuff like that, whether your packaging has to be e-commerce friendly and stuff like that. And luckily, those things were embedded into our approach and in our DNA. So, I think Touchwood, we've been lucky to have a fairly smooth sailing ride and a good ride in the pandemic. And this human experiment has helped us learn a lot. So yeah, I'll keep it short and stop at this. And if there are any other questions, happy to answer.
Thank you, Vinay. I think that was to the point, and few very important facts that really happened, and that we have to not only what we dealt with now, we'll have to deal in future as well. So thank you so much. Over to you, Shashwat.
Hey, hi. So at the outset, I would like to thank Sudhir and his entire team for having me here. But I would really say, we are talking about the offline and the online model. I really miss the pool show. It used to be really fun. It used to be a gala event. Last year, we had this design show virtually. We are having it. I was just hoping that we would be having an offline event this time around. But I believe next time, Sudhir, you need to make it an offline event. We are going to enjoy it again.
Next time we'll have a hybrid one for sure.
Okay, some joining from online, and So pretty much So the world has changed in the last 1.5 years. And I would talk about the things that we have seen changing at my agency. So I'm the founder or director of Almond Branding. We are based out of Mumbai, and and Vidika, yeah, I mean, I really love the point that you spoke about empathy, and in fact, Vinay also highlighted that. That's something I think people as a whole have learned to be more, to empathize with people, or clients, and clients empathizing with agencies, and otherwise. And okay, so among the major changes that we have seen, one, we are talking all over about remote working versus working at offices. And yes, there's this mix of people, people who want to just go back to their offices and again have those discussions, brainstormings head on, and having them. And there are, if you ask me personally, and some of my colleagues, they are just enjoying, or they have become comfortable working from home or working from anywhere for that matter. Okay, so I will talk of my personal experience. I being a travel freak, it has given me, that the liberty of kind of working from anywhere. Now it's not as simple as it sounds probably. And lot many clients call me up and saying, it's great, you're able to work from anywhere and things like that, but you need to really, plan things well. So, I have been always dreaming of this kind of a model where, not a hybrid model, of a model where we can work without any offices from respective homes or from anywhere. And I think the one good thing that the pandemic has done is a change in the perception for most clients and otherwise, who are okay when you say that we are not, or we don't have an office. Okay, while we are not going, we are planning not to go anytime soon, go back to offices anytime soon. So we are kind of running the show from our respective homes. Yes, it was challenging at first. So like when I said, they were kind of already equipped with some of the infrastructure. Frankly speaking, we were not. So we had to bring in, say, the productivity apps in place, and getting them, say the iMacs at respective homes, so that everybody can, ensuring they are with their proper, internet connections and all of that. Those hassles, I think everybody faced. But now we have kind of cracked the code of how to do, our regular brainstormings and reviews and everything, which can still run smooth. And but in the hybrid kind of this thing, we still meet up for our regular get-togethers and parties. Whether if it's a pizza party that needs to be planned, we still meet up. For work still is continuing from our respective homes. That can, you can call this a hybrid model as well. So work and play needs to go in hand. So for play, yes, we are meeting. Work is happening from respective homes. So I think that's one. So earlier I have seen this concept of when you would have told people that you are, we are an agency working from home, they would just tag you saying, I think you are a bunch of freelancers who are trying to do something. Okay, now they are much more comfortable, speaking to an agency who can still do it. Okay, I think so that's something that has come as a welcome change for at least for us at Aman Branding. So with this, I think what we as founders or leaders in this industry, we need to take care of the fact that our employees are now seeking or demanding more autonomy or flexibility at work, right? So because as you say, gender neutral, so whether it's females or males working at home, they have additional responsibilities which they are juggling. Earlier it used to be that you have had a maid or somebody taking care of things, and you are back at office. When you are out of office, you're focusing on this and going back. During the pandemic, we have seen that we have been juggling between many roles. And as leaders and as bosses or founders and all, we need to be again empathetic to this situation. Okay, as long as work is getting planned and work is getting delivered on time and things like that, there's no this thing of, okay, you need to do this at this kind of time and this thing. So if that kind of flexibility is something which employees are seeking, and we need to be conditioned to that. I think that is something we have learned, and we are all still learning while the things are still changing. So that is something that this crisis has definitely taught us of being, how do you take care more of your employees and even clients. So I now remember these conversations. So the first thing, like earlier, these meetings would start off with, okay, what was the last project plan and this, and the things thereafter. Okay, now every time we started, there's always this question about how are people at home, and if everybody kit and kin are safe and everything. So people have gone have learned to choose the priorities well, and I think that's something, again, empathy plays a very important role. Empathy towards everybody around, and all partners that you are working with. I've seen in fact the consumer behavior, the way that is changing, because as so we are delivering work for our clients, and clients are trying to address the changes that are happening in the market. There as well, things have demanded certain out of the box thinking, or innovativeness in the way you are working, or processes and deliveries. I think that's again something that has changed over this pandemic, and the pandemic or the crisis has really demanded certain things, and it has only brought out some of the best solutions from us. And again, working from home, we have seen productivity only increase. Okay, so that's something that we have been noticing here, and also the relationships. Whether it's with our clients, or our partner vendors, or or the entire family as a whole, has only grown stronger, because there has been these more of these trust building steps that have been taken from either side. It's from Armand reaching out to our clients saying, hey, how can we help you out in this difficult situations? Because those starting months and days of the pandemic, most of the clients were trying to juggle and figure out, many of their parts of the portfolios not working, not getting into the market. How do they look at, changing a few things here and there? And they wanted trusted partners like us. So we had to stand by them in whatever they were, doing. So, we probably had agreements of a certain sort, of a certain service and this, that, but that was a time when we kind of, extended our hand and said, any kind of services that we can help you with, do reach out to us. So those kind of things that happen. And in fact, the clients, we have been very fortunate where clients have reached out to us with helping hands at many a time. So the relationships and the bonds we have seen getting stronger and stronger with time. So I think, yes, empathy still remains the major point of learning here. I think that's what this pandemic has taught us. And during this unmute process, that's something is going to play the most important role in the way forward. With that, I would, so that was my part. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Shashwat. I think those were some really key things that we all went through together. Now, in the interest of time, Bhadresh, if you can just summarize your thoughts, which got interrupted because of technology, then we'll just wrap up the session after that.
Sorry, I have to unmute due to technical error. But at the end of the session, I would like to say my last point. As a design expert, what changes do you I have foreseen is the local startup are increasing, and the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat is we are seeing in our nearby locality. We can see the every businesses understand the design value in this new time. So I think I would say let me say thank you to summarize the I couldn't share my all the point. Yeah, but
can you hear me?
all the best.
Can you? Yeah. Sorry, unfortunately, it wasn't that clear this time also, but I think we get the sentiment. And on that note, I would like to thank all the panelists, Vinay, Shashwat, Minty, and Bhadresh for coming in and sharing their thoughts. And a special thank you to Sudhir and the entire team getting this together. I'll just end this session with just one or two lines and thoughts. I think pandemic definitely brought to us loss of many lives, which is not repairable, but it gave us all opportunity to learn more and be better. Definitely, the way of leadership and fellowship has drastically changed, and being a leader remotely and now in hybrid mode does not come easy, and vice versa. So, I hope this experience keeps us motivated to work towards a better world for us and for our future generations. Thank you so much, and all the best to everyone.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Vidika. Thank you, the panelists, and beautiful insights into how we are going through this transition, how actually the biggest asset of the industry is people, and empathy matters so much. Thank you for all your insights into the hybrid model, which all of us are adopting right now. And moving on, we have very interesting session lined up for you, which has been created by Pinterest, especially for you. Pinterest has been a very special partner to the India's Best Design Awards and Design India magazine. Pinterest doesn't need any introduction really to our community because it is go-to social media for creative and inspiring ideas. Now let's begin our creative session for Pinterest by Pinterest.
Hello everyone, my name is Ayumi and I'm the head of content and creators at Pinterest APAC. I'm thrilled to be joining you today at India's Best Design Awards 2021. In our session today, I look forward to sharing with you about what Pinterest is and how you can leverage the platform to create content, to build an audience, and to find success for your business. First off, what is Pinterest and why should you consider Pinterest amongst the many channels to choose from? Our mission is to bring everyone the inspiration to create a life they love. People come to Pinterest to find ideas and be inspired. It could be for a range of activities, like figuring out what to cook for dinner, what to wear at your friend's wedding, or how to style your kid's bedroom. And this is what really sets us apart. The mindset of our users coming to the platform is different. People come with intent, they come with a positive mindset, and they are ready to act. They're coming with purpose and looking to discover and follow creators who share their passions. And on Pinterest, it's more than just a passive follow. People are looking to authentically connect with creators who they trust for the inspiration to do, try, or buy something that sparks joy. And each month, nearly 480 million people around the world come to Pinterest to find ideas, and they save over 300 billion pins. So we know that Pinterest users aren't just passively scrolling through their feed. They truly intend to act on the content they discover from creators. So it goes without saying that creators are the core of our platform and the reason nearly 480 million people come to Pinterest looking for inspiration. So how does all of this work? Pinterest is what we call a visual discovery engine. Content is not just chronologically shown, but rather it surfaces when the content is relevant based on a user's interests, what they have engaged with, and what they have searched for. This leads to a highly personalized experience for our users. This also means that for you, content is evergreen. Your content could resurface over a period of time and continue to perform for you. And great content will continue to keep on giving. The more people engage with your content, the more it appears across Pinterest. And behind the scenes, what is happening is that Pinterest is gathering signals from billions of pins on our platform to be able to surface the right idea at the right moment. Now, let's take a look at some of the surface areas where your content could be shown. First is your profile page. This is your home base on Pinterest, where your followers engage with your content and where new people can discover you. Next is the home feed. This is where you'll find content that is highly personalized for you, based on what you have saved, searched for, or engaged with in the past. You'll discover content from creators that you follow, and also recommended content from creators that you have yet to discover. Next is the Idea Pin following stream, which is at the top of your home feed. And this is where you can find new ideas from creators that you follow, plus a Discover Creators portal to find new creators. Next is search. This is where people come to actively find ideas. It's the perfect opportunity for people to discover your content and follow you, especially since people come with intent. And next is related. This is our more like this section where a pinner can scroll down to see similar ideas and visuals. This is another highly engaged surface area and an opportunity for your content to be discovered. Lastly, the Today tab is a daily collection of relevant and trending content featuring spotlights from inspirational creators. Users can find this within our search tab. Now that we know the surface areas, let's dive a little bit deeper into idea pins and how you can leverage this format to share your content creatively and engage with your audience. Idea pins are our latest creation format for creators. They are multi-page pins featuring videos and images that you could publish directly onto Pinterest. And importantly, they are evergreen, so they do not disappear after 24 hours. Idea pins are great tools to teach and inspire others on a topic that you're passionate about. You can use them to share tips, product recommendations, or how-tos on your area of expertise. We've added a lot of dynamic features to help you easily create and edit your content. For example, you can record and edit videos using filters and voiceover recordings. You can also try ghost mode, which allows you to layer transparent videos on top of each other and trim so that you can achieve the effect of something transforming, like in this strawberry cake example. We've also launched new features like people tagging, adding music, stickers, and custom fonts to make your ideas pins more dynamic. There's other features like topic tagging to help you reach the right audience, and features like the instruction list. And this is to let your audience know what they would need to prepare. And one thing that makes creating on Pinterest really special is that at Pinterest, we lead with kindness. We ask our creators to sign a code of kindness before they create. This ensures that your content will be shown amongst other safe and inspiring content, and importantly, not alongside harmful content. Let's take a look at some examples of successful Indian creators from the home and design category. First up is Pepperfy, an online furniture retailer, and their content on Pinterest garners over 10 million views each month. They frequently publish pins that provide home styling tips for their audience, such as how to decorate a small space or how to choose your dressing table. Agent Paints is another great example of a brand that has successfully built an engaged audience on Pinterest. Some examples of idea pins they've created included DIY paint tutorials, before and after home transformations, in a series called Feel Good Art Therapy, where they worked with local artists. The Architect's Diary has over 440,000 followers on Pinterest and over 10 million monthly views. They inspire their audience by showcasing their beautiful designs and imagery. And globally, home and design is one of our top engaging verticals. So you'll find a lot of other creators like Kelly Wersler and Matt Sanders, and also publishers like Apartment Therapy and Domino Magazine. This also means that your content could also reach a global audience beyond India. Now, as we come to our close, if you'd like to learn more, please check out our business site for creators. And we also have a Pinterest profile called Pinterest Creator Academy, where you can find more tips and best practices. Lastly, if there's anything we want you to take away from this presentation, it's this. Your audience is here and they're ready to discover your content. So please try out our new idea pins to engage with your audience and to build your brand. Thank you so much for your time. I hope everyone enjoys the rest of the Design Awards and have a lovely rest of the day. Thank you.
Yeah, Pinterest is such an exciting platform for Indian designers. I think actually all of us should be there. So please register your account and follow Design India, of course. Let's connect on Pinterest. And now we're going to announce some more awards. India's Best Design Award goes to Spectral Ink Design Studio for Royal Enfield app. The next award goes to Design Objects for Safe Box Pro Plus. India's Best Design Project 2021 goes to Red Baton Design Studio for Shikhar Application Design. India's Best Design Project Award goes to Utopia Designs for Shubh Lakshmi Residence. Up next, award goes to Digital Jalebi for Sister Nivedita Heritage Museum and Knowledge Center. The next award goes to Damini Misai for Small Town Solitude. India's Best Design Project Award goes to Trio Design for Soapy Twist Retail Store Design. The next award goes to Big Brand Theory Consulting for Spirit of the Tribe in Communications category. Up next, India's Best Design Project Award goes to Hi Home for Stardust. The next award goes to Brusira Online Solutions for Stories Plus website redesign. India's Best Design Project Award goes to Quirkbox for Tara Sikhe Hindi. The next award goes to Geetika Irubandi for Temple Town. The next India's Best Design Project Award goes to Matthew and Ghosh Architects for Tiger Tiger at House of Stories. Moving on, India's Best Design Project Award goes to Inafai Design for Tube Form. The next award goes to Geetika Irubandi for Tug Bark. The next India's Best Design Project Award goes to Zero Gravity Communications for Tuasa Cosmetics. The next India's Best Design Project Award goes to Utsav Karkha for Updrop. And the next award goes to Joseph Design for V20 Cricket Virtual Reality Arcade Game. India's Best Design Project Award goes to Kunal Kundu for Wildlife on Paper. Congratulations to all the winning projects. There are many more awards coming up tonight. Stay tuned. Forgot to unmute myself. Welcome back, and we are moving on to our next session for today. It focuses on how even after uncertainties of the pandemic, work didn't come to a standstill. Our next panel will be talking about the scenario of workplace post-pandemic, the pros, the cons of working on remote. How has our practice changed or rather modified? Are we drifting towards a more conscious world? Is it a transition, or will this stay the same? We welcome Jacob Matthew, Shiva Viswanathan, Shibani Jain, Payal Nanavati, Advaita Mathur to our first session. Jacob Matthew is the CEO of Industry Foundation. He also leads the Impact Edge Lab at Shrishti. Shiva Viswanathan is an independent consultant specializing in brand strategy and UX. He's also anchoring a podcast called Unmute. Shibani Jain is the founder of Baya Design based in Mumbai. Payal Nanavati is the creative head of Subrata Bhomik Design, Ahmedabad. Advaita Mathur is the founder and creative head of Studio Metallurgy. Welcome, dear panelists. I'm inviting Jacob to take over as the moderator of this session. Over to you, Jacob.
Okay, it seems like we don't have Jacob. He's at the airport and he's not yet joined us. He was to join us from the airport. So I'm going to pick up this place and we'll move ahead and hope if Jacob joins us in between. We're also waiting for Advaita to join. She's in Muscat and I hope she's realized the time difference. Anyway, so let's move ahead. Oh, Advaita, hi, she's here. Good to see you. So let's start with Shiva. I must tell you the story that after we did the graphics and everything for this event, Unmute, and we put it on the social media, I get a message from Jay Datta saying, Shiva's already running a podcast called Unmute since last year. And it uses not only the same name, but also the same gradation colors. So is this a coincidence? I'm not sure if this is a coincidence. Chances are that I must have seen some mail coming from Shiva on this, but they were graceful enough to let us use this. And I thought, let's use this opportunity to have Shiva tell us about the story of Unmute. How did we land up with this? Thank you, Shiva.
Thank you. Thanks for having me over. Guys, hello, the rest of the panelists. It's good to be a part of this. So 2016, I was a speaker at DesignUp. DesignUp was a small thing. I didn't start DesignUp. I was not the founder. Jay Datta was the founder. I was a speaker in the first DesignUp, which was actually on a small terrace in a street called Church Street, if you know Bangalore, where generally all the good pubs are. And right on the terrace, we had a hot tin roof. Honestly, it's a hot tin roof under which we had this session, and I was one of the speakers. And we had about 50 people. So we wanted to actually have something where there's a convergence between technology and design. At that intersection point, we actually have conversations. We talking about what is design doing to the technology world today, and things have kind of moved on quite a bit, right? Like, so that's where it started. Now, the last DesignUp that we had in 2019 October was a little over 1,000 people attending. It was in a pretty large thing. And 2020, of course, as you all of us know, was a complete washout. So it's we were kind of, as always, we were kind of feeling bad about it, hung around and stuff like that. So one of the things that we've been good with is content, the ability to kind of create content that is well-structured, engaging. Fortunately, we got connects with some of the best possible people in the intersection of design and technology. So I was actually thinking about doing a podcast instead, right? Like, so why not start a podcast? So last March, like right in the entire beginning reeling of the stuff, I said, listen, let me order. The only thing that we could order is mindlessly order stuff in Amazon.com. That's what you could do at that point of time. So I mindlessly ordered a bunch of things. a whole load of gear. I mean, you can't see it. It's behind me. It's a pretty much an independent studio of sort where you can record podcasts sitting at home in one corner, which I actually love because I think this was probably the best time for introverts like me. You don't need to have unnecessary conversations. You can script what you want to do. You can actually define what you want to talk about. You can't talk about it, switch off the machine and get off it. So which was great. So I actually designed something at the back and set up the stuff and started in a small way, talking to a bunch of designers and so on. And of course, it went on to something where we have actually finished first season. We are starting on the second season right now. In between, I mean, I'll leave the other people to talk for a bit. In between, there are two things that we did in Design Up. One is we actually did something called as cost.designup, which is actually that's the second round. We actually created a pretty large stuff with 44 speakers from all over the world, included some of the biggies in graphic design, and generated sub $1 crore, which actually went out to some of the pretty well-known, while I am proud, I'm not the only one who should be. I think there is a huge team which is behind it, a whole bunch of volunteers, and every speaker was jumped on it like that with no promise of anything whatsoever, right? So that was fantastic. So that's something that we did. And we recently started designup.school, which is actually a design college. Rather, I wouldn't say it's a design college that doesn't teach design for professionals. It's about, we are all practitioners. How do you actually become a mentor, a manager, a strategist, a leader? And that's what we are trying to train with a bunch of people around. So I'll shut up now. I'll let the rest of the people talk. We can always come back to me later.
We have time, Shiva. So, one thing I realize and with this panel is that most of you are working with a lot of other people, groups of people who are skilled by themselves. So craftsmen, artists, other people, right? And for you, Shiva, you've been working with other designers and not just in India, abroad, Design Up as well as Unmute. I think it'll be nice to hear some of your initial, tirist with the podcast world. How did that go?
That's quite interesting. I mean, I had no clue of what to run a podcast. I used to run a blog. So one thing that I diligently did from early time is that if there is a new medium, I jumped into it and see what I can do in it. If it doesn't work out, jumped off. But that's something that I kind of tried. When podcast came in, I never had the interest because we were doing live events, and live events till I was on the stage and talking to a lot of people, it was great fun, and so on. And till we did interviews and stuff like that, we made enough content. That was beautiful. But when podcasts came in, I had absolutely no clue of how to run a podcast. I mean, of course, there are lots of stuff that is available on YouTube, lots of stuff that's available on possibly the service providers. Buzzsprout is the guys I use, so all that. But the first thing is that I didn't know what to set up as a gear. So I had to kind of learn everything from the gear onwards and set the stuff up. And everything was remote recording. While I bought a gear for I can plug in 8 mics into it, but there's nobody coming home. I'm the only one who's talking into it. So there's only one mic that can go. And so I had to learn the remote. How do you work on this remote? I mean, Zoom is one thing. There are other platforms that are offering remote stuff too for a better quality, right? And, paid, unpaid, all this kind of stuff. So we also kind of thought about who's willing to get onto this podcast and talk. So we actually took a bunch of friends of ours who actually, the first one, interesting one was Anurag, who is the head of design at Uber. So head of design at Uber India, and the interesting character, right? That he actually took a break from Uber, went to London and did learn culinary sciences, came back and became a chef. So he's a part-time chef. I thought that was an absolutely brilliant story. We don't want to talk about what everybody does in a podcast, right? We want to talk about what special things that people do. So spoke to him, and he was, kind enough to kind of invite me home and cook for me, of course. And And so we had this thing of, we had the series which is kind of started from that, called this Secret Life of Designers, which is him. We spoke to, we eventually spoke to Suresh Venkat, who has his secret life, if you know him. He's an actor, anchor, everything. And we also spoke to another similar designer who is in music, and so on and so forth. So that's a series that's been running on. We also wanted to look at allied fields which are closer to design. There's a gentleman, I should probably call him Dr. Simon Roberts, while he doesn't like it much. But Simon Roberts is a PhD in anthropology, interesting stuff. So he actually did a project in the 90s where he looked at the impact of satellite television in India. So his project is, he speaks Hindi. Let me say, he speaks Hindi way better than I do. I don't speak Hindi well. So he does. So he actually traveled all the way from south to north in buses, jumped buses and went to north, and made Banaras his hometown for about 4 months when he studied this entire stuff, lived among the stuff. And he actually talks about like the Saas Bahu stories that happens inside homes from the perspective of a TV remote, which is quite a cool thing. It's a sociological study. So I spoke to him because he actually has written a beautiful book which is about bodily learning. He actually says that if you immerse yourself into something, that your body learns from it. You don't need to actually go through. So he was actually lamenting about the fact that we are all sitting in small cubicles and trying to learn about 200 different things without immersing ourselves into multiple stuff. So, and so on. So I mean, so it's been 10 episodes of sorts. Some episodes we've been talking within ourselves just for the fun of it and being really narcissistic about it. There are some episodes which we have gotten views from designers, especially for the school. We had a bunch of designers who came in and talked about what do people need to learn while they are working in large corporates as designers. I mean, in Bangalore, funded startups have got design teams. I mean, even large enterprises have got design teams. People are moving from being practitioners to actually, at some point of time, they're suddenly handed a hot metal bucket of a bunch of team, and they've got to hold it and run with it because they are suddenly managers. They've got to manage a bunch of people and they don't know how to do it. And the expectations are there upstairs. Unlike in running a boutique, which I have done before, I run my own thing, nobody cares. But in this case, the top expects something of you too. So which is something that you got to kind of talk about. And then you become a strategist, a leader. And one of the biggest problem that we saw is that the missing middle, right? Like there's a bunch of juniors who are coming out of a whole bunch of design schools, joining the bottom. There's a whole bunch of leaders who are there, who have kind of grown up, learned the trick and been a part of the industry for a while and up there. But the middle is very vacant because people haven't grown into the middle. So, and that's what we were trying to fill with the school, the Design Up School. I'm specifically talking about at the intersection of business technology and design, not necessarily anything else. This is tech and design in a specific. I don't know much about the rest of the fields as much as probably some of the people in the panel know. So that's pretty much the story. It's too much of a monologue, Sudhir. You should take me off and put other people.
I'll come back to you, but
please do.
Shiva, very, very interesting. And I think you're the right guy for a podcast. I mean, you can do it very, very well. So Shivani, coming to you, Baya Design, and you do work with a lot of arts and crafts communities, right? How was this time in pandemic and how are you looking at the time going ahead? You need to unmute yourself, Shivani.
So first of all, I'm very happy to be here and see all of you. And it's an excellent show, even if it's online. So let me start with that. And just wanted to say that, so we work with artists from across India and, we bring them into interiors. And this pandemic has really been quite interesting for us in some ways. I can't call it as a as a time when, it wasn't impacting business. Of course, it impacted our business, but it did some things to the business which were very interesting. I'll come to that a little later, but first on the artisans, they went through a very, very difficult patch, right? Artisans, first of all, had this GST, then there was demonetization, and then finally this COVID pandemic hit. And, they lost income. There was no way to get raw materials, logistics, everything was on hold for them. And at that time, the handicrafts industry actually came together and formed groups. So it's very interesting to know that at least 3 or 4 new groups were created out of this whole pandemic. One was initiated by me called Hand for Handmade. And then there was another group initiated called Creative Dignity, 200 million artisans. All of these came together to create some very supportive groups that helped artisans to generate income, to cross-talk to each other, get support, get ideas on what can be done or cannot be done. But coming back to my own business, Baya, so we were working a lot with the hotel industry and the corporate clients, and we were actually doing art and interior products for these 2 categories. And as you know, that the COVID really bashed up the the real estate industry in terms of both hotels as well as the corporate sector. People were just stopped making new offices, and all the projects which were on the anvil to create new offices were just stopped. And even the hotel industry was very badly hit, and we had to all our projects came to a standstill in these 2 major project sector. But another interesting thing happened is that the market started to move towards residential business, and we started to discover that suddenly residences were big. And it makes sense because everybody was working from home. Everybody now required a workspace in their home. Everybody now required a workspace that did not interfere with the other people, and so on and so forth. So there was a lot of change happening in the residential segment. And suddenly that whole segment came alive, even for us. So we had, in fact, in between the 2 waves of the pandemic, we were encouraged now to actually go ahead and create one new experience center itself, a retail experience center, which started in Mumbai, our second one, which offered special interior solutions to the home segment. And, I'm happy to say that we have been able to go through this pandemic and revise what we were doing and focus, make residences one of our large focus areas. And that has happened in this 1.5 years. A significant traction has been seen in the residential sector, and the changes of in the minds of people, where they want more decor products, they want work from home products, they want interesting tables, tabletop accessories, products that are utility, multifunctional, but not necessarily so high on things which are frivolous. I mean, people did not want to buy things for the sake of just aesthetics or beauty, but they wanted multifunctional things. And we actually re-engineered our whole thinking towards that. And I'm happy to say that in 1 year's time, we have been able to actually work with the residential sector and segment and make that one of our business platforms, and been able to survive through this pandemic probably because of that. So that is one significant thing that I wanted to talk about. Yeah.
So Shibani, how would this impact the working going ahead? I'm sure working during pandemic has one has shifted the sector for you, but working with artisans must have been different also. What changes would happen in the future now?
So actually, working with the artisans, what has happened is that because of the growth of these support groups, the artisans are actually understanding I think market dynamics much better. Suddenly you have these 3 or 4 large groups where, designers, artisans, small entrepreneurs, digital entrepreneurs, advertisers, marketing people, they're all there in that group. And these artisans are suddenly, seeing inputs from everywhere and seeing opportunities that they may not have realized were there. There were hidden opportunities, and many of them got online orders, that from these groups which came up. And I think that the understanding of the industry and the exposure that these artisans have is getting better. So their own understanding of the market, understanding of possibilities, understanding of people, understanding of e-commerce, understanding of GST, all of that is undergoing actually significant change. Ourselves ran a lot of master classes in this whole time in Hand for Handmade, where the artisans came and asked us, tell us what is GST, tell us, how do we make a good catalog, how do we prototype better, how do we shoot our products, how do we price better. And I think that that kind of thinking and a kind of positive spiral started to happen in the handicrafts industry. And probably I could say due to the COVID, this happened. It wouldn't have happened otherwise. We would have just chugged along the way we were chugging along. But through these groups, I'm at least in touch with artisans on a day-to-day basis. Every day I see their products. Every day I see what they're doing, what their cribs are. So I am much more enlightened as well. My insights into how their thinking is far sharper, and the same with them because of this cross collaboration that's happening right now through digital media, online media, and all of that. Yeah. So more of that. I think more of that will happen. I think the digital revolution will impact artisans in a good way.
Yeah. Thank you, Shibani. And Jacob has joined us from the airport, I guess. He's traveling and we're troubling him during this time also.
That's right. Sorry about that.
I'm sorry. I've taken up your place, started moderating since it was time. So it's good that you're there now. Do you want to take over or should I continue, give you some time?
No, please continue.
And then you can join in.
Yeah, please continue.
Okay. So I'm asking Payal now. Payal works with Subrato Bhamik in Ahmedabad, and you also land up doing a lot of work with a lot of different kinds of artists and craftspeople. How has this pandemic been working with the artists and craftsmen and the designers and the clients? And how has it changed things going further? How are things going to be different for you? Payal.
Hello. Hi, Sudhir. Thank you for having this show every year and just making it better and better and having me here as well. Well, when the pandemic, as Shibani said, it was a mix of both. We had a lot of minuses and pluses. We got a lot of time to look back, look into the work, what all was happening. There was time where even, in this condition, we could come up with our calendars, we could work with them, we could produce things. So I think even the craftsmen have become much smarter now using the technology, and also to communicate with them was also easy. It was not that difficult as we thought that how do we go, how do we work? And I think it has become quite aware for the whole country to be, how we take, wear masks, clean, all that has helped us to go ahead and work with it. And even I think that has been with clients, or it has been the craftsmen, or it has been with the designers, or whomsoever you say. It is, everybody has, I think, understood this phase where we all knew that this is what we are going to go through, as nobody was aware what is going to happen next. And everybody was ready to take this challenge. And I think we all have taken it more or less well. There is a huge scope for a very different market now. as all online markets for the product designers, for the medical equipment, to the pharmacies and all that things. So as a designers, how we get into that, how do we help them out, how do we generate that awareness, create products more user friendly, which are more for the future. I think all that has changed a lot for us. Luckily, we have got the facilities, and I think we have been doing pretty well to match with that. I think when we look at the whole panel since morning, everybody's talking about is all the positives of it, and I think that's what and how we should look at it, and that's what would give us the better understanding for future. Because this is, I think, a new time. We don't know. This is for everybody. It's the new surprises coming up. At a time how it is coming, we all are taking up.
You know, last year, this time when we were doing the event and the theme was fight back, I think we were all much more negative than what we are listening since morning. What we're listening is that it wasn't really bad. It really actually worked out. There wasn't, except for, of course, there were tragedies around and there were losses, which a lot of us went through very closely. But other than that, I think business-wise, in terms of learning, and it's only been positive. We are only seeing the positives, right? I haven't this morning, today, we're not really seeing anything saying that moving forward, some things would have changed negatively.
I think this is what when we talk about unmute, that all we all are looking for, or we have almost somewhere unmuted ourselves. We are all ready to take this up and ready to just go and just figure it out what next is coming up. And I think everywhere, more or less, we all have found out the ways. Whether it is somewhere we all have accepted the fact that this is what is going to be and this is how it has been, and what is next coming up. We all have some interpretation in our mind, and that is, I think it's fantastic to see the new world, how it is going to come up. And when we even work with the interns or the new younger generation, it's quite positive. We get it from them as well. I think it was a time where we thought how they are going to deal with it, but sitting home, they are delivering fantastic work. So if we are talking about as a students or as a designers, yeah, I think a lot of losses has happened, and there will be a huge gap as we see as an economy. Richers are getting more richer and poorer. We don't know what's going to happen there. Economic wise, it's going to be a difficult task. But I think for us, it has not been so terrible as a design community, what I'm seeing.
Right. Thank you, Payal. Let me bring Jacob here because I don't know how much time do you have, Jacob. So yeah, so good to have you from the airport, Jacob. So what is your take on what happened and what is going to happen? How are we going to adjust to the future? You do work with a lot of communities, right? So what is the impact into those? Yeah.
So I think, taking a cue from the title of Unmute, we have been witness to many things happening in a very short frame of time. In a period of 1.5 years, we've seen things that normally take decades to unfold in a very short period of time. So for me, unmute is that we cannot remain mute to what we see around us. And what we see around us is heightened inequality. And this inequality translates into different levels of vulnerability. So people like us, we've sort of managed to get back to where we were before, perhaps a little ahead. But there are a lot of people not so fortunate as us who might take a few generations to come out of the difficulties that they faced. If somebody has lost a breadwinner in the family, or even if somebody was not working for, let's say, 20 months, or that family gets blasted back into poverty. A lot of people who are in the middle class, in the aspiring class, have gone back into poverty. So the question is, can we remain mute to this? And for me, unmute, therefore, is about action. What is the action that we can take, given the times? And here again, a lot of people talk about getting back to business as usual. And it's quite clear that it cannot be business as usual. So we have a few major crises on hand, and these require solutions, especially from the design community. And I guess I must be sounding like a stuck record, because wherever I speak about design, I hold our profession to be responsible for a lot of the damage that has been done. We are the ones who design, let's say, the iPhones that you have to change every year, creating waste streams, of which only a small percentage actually goes into recycling. So I think we are responsible for a lot of the mess that we see around us. And so unmute for me means that we have to take the first step in a sense of clearing up the mess. And for me, design, again, I think I'm repeating myself, sorry about that, but design is not just about creating a better today for all of us, but it's really about creating a better tomorrow for people who will come after us, which means that design has to move into a regenerative practice. Most of us sort of get trapped into the day-to-day, sustaining our businesses, sustaining ourselves, making a name for ourselves. But I think unmute for me is, we cannot remain mute spectators anymore. We have to be active participants in the change that is required. And the change that is required is about taking the long view, about not accepting the status quo, and perhaps tackling existing systems. Now, systems are difficult animals to tackle. So this is going to be slow work. It might take a whole generation to do it, but one has to have the patience, and one has to have the vision, and one has to be able to rally around forces, align forces that we can work and move forward together. So that's what unmute is for me. Back to you, Sudhir.
Yeah, Jacob, even before pandemic, I guess there were a lot of burdens on design as professions, giving rise to this whole capitalist, what do you say, that mentality of holding on to creating desires and products, which we may need, we may not actually need. But during the pandemic, I think there were some very basic questions which got asked. And the people who actually suffered were not really the iPhone generation, right? The guys who could actually have the iPhones, guess, didn't really have the impact of pandemic at all. But it's the communities otherwise which went through a lot of different situation, right? So while unmuting has a different meaning for us, for them, I guess it's a completely different living altogether. And any views on how communities have held on and during this particular time, and how have they changed now because of the pandemic?
You know, I can give an example of how things have changed, how things will not be the same again. So we work in Tamil Nadu with about 2,000 women who are organized in about, let's say about 9 production units. So earlier we had 9 production units where about 200 to 250 women would come and work. During the pandemic, we had to flip that around. And today I can say that we have 2,000 production units where 1 woman comes to work, because now they're working from home. And unlike our sort of digital laptop-y kind of work, they're actually making physical products, that have to be stuffed into a container and sent to a customer who's very demanding. So I think the biggest change, and what really sort of brings this home, is the model that we do is what we call inclusive enterprise, where the people working own the unit. And I must say that out of those 2,000 women, only 15 women fell sick from COVID. We lost 2 women. 2 people died. But that was the number. And from, I think, March 24th onwards, calling circles were formed. These women formed groups, and twice a week, every woman, every one of these 2,000 women got a phone call from one of her team members who inquired after her health and well-being, dispelled a lot of notions about COVID, for example, about precautions. And right now, we have a vaccination rate of 79%. Our target was to get to 80% this week. We're running a little late, and a lot of it is because of the way the vaccination has been spaced out. 84 days, and in 84 days, the death rates have come down so that urgency has gone off. But there is a power when you organize communities that you can actually do things which frankly sometimes seem impossible. And what you're actually harnessing is the power of the community. It is not your intellect. It is that power of the community. And I think that's a big change that we've seen. And for a comparison, when we look at people who were not organized in these groups, artisans who were not organized in these groups, and we see where they are and where these women are, we're beginning to see a big gap. These women are in a much better state than the ones who are not organized into these kind of entities.
But that's a very positive change as well, right? Going ahead, when the time really opens up, this is going to be a completely added new strength, right, to the community. That's fantastic. So, Jacob, let me invite Adwaita now. And Jacob, if you're around, we'll still have some time to talk to you. Adwaita, you are in Muscat right now. That's what you told me, right? In Oman. And you are a jewelry designer. And I'm sure you also work with many different kinds of artists and artisans and all. What's your take on this? You have to unmute, Adwaita.
Okay, so thanks so much for having me over. And, it's just amazing just hearing everybody about how many people they work with. Jewelry, sadly, is a much more smaller space. We work with fewer people unless, you're working in a export house and you're churning out numbers by the thousands and stuff. But in my experience, while all the positives are great, yes, there was a lot of remote working, and a bunch of times, I think maybe 3 years ago, if you were to ask your karigars or your factory person to just qualify things over WhatsApp or something, it wouldn't be something that they'd be happy with or convinced with or comfortable with. And today, because that's the requirement, everybody is more efficient in going about it. I actually ended up working a lot remotely in general, because I was sort of hopping countries in the last 2 or 3 years anyway. But it used to be more sort of problematic, because typically the answer always in India is, "Madam, aap factory aa jaiye, fir dekhenge," or just like land up wherever you have to be, and we will show you the resources then, we'll show you the swatches then, we'll show you the sample then. But that's just, nobody likes doing work on the phone. On the other hand, though, I think the one thing that I do miss, and I hope we can get back to it, is that I think as an artist or as a designer, movement is really important. And there is only so much that you could do sitting in your own space on your own desk, and without actually physically working where you work digitally, or I don't know if you're maybe working with, I worked with handloom and fabric very, very, briefly. And yes, you can. But I think a lot of design and a lot of art very often needs to be hands-on. And that's an element, at least I definitely missed. I did make my collection, etc. But instead of actually creating something absolutely new, because there was no material exploration that was possible with lockdowns on, I think I just sort of pulled in from the past experiments, the past resources, the past things that you tend to either reject, or you're not sure, or you can't make your mind up, and then you just give it a hard think, etc., etc. So for me, I feel that while yes, there's going to be a new normal, and a lot of the industries can adapt, a large part of the arts and craft do get affected if you're not able to really be on the ground and not actually be in your handloom or in your factory, or actually set your embroidery, or actually go to an artist who's doing your work on with paints or whatever. So that is something that is something also very important for innovation. to really be with the artisan, because you can't just outsource a painting because you're sitting somewhere and there's somebody else making it for you. On the other hand, the one thing that at a personal level and as a growing business, I found really amazing was how social media sort of found its voice with what it can really do. That I think was something everybody felt and everybody saw. It has a really vicious and a negative side to it, but that's true of any technology. It's the same logic as you gave. You can make iPhones that self-destruct in about a year or two, and you can make technology that lasts you for years and years to come. It's the same concept with any single technology or medium or anything that you create in life, from plastic to anything else. And for me, I think even though I've been in retail, and typically the way it works is you make your designs, you send them to stores, and you do some exhibitions. So there were no exhibitions for the last 2 years, which is basically the mainstay for a lot of craft as well. At the end of the year, that's when you actually get out, meet your clients, get on the ground, get feedback, sell direct. Apart from the whole economics of the profits, etc., so it really is the only interaction you tend to have with a large group of people to get feedback and appreciation. And that's really, again, very important to craft and, as a business. While that didn't happen, a lot of cross-selling on Instagram and a lot of cross-selling on social media did happen. And that, I think, was really, really interesting to see, because there was this human sort of way that we tend to find a way and sort of organize ourselves into communities, whether it is all of us. And I feel every single person who's on Instagram running a business is semi-elite. There are very few people who actually are not, elite enough if you're running a business on Instagram, because the smaller players, I don't think they get enough traction anywhere to really make a big difference. So that was great, because as an artist, for the first time, I actually decided to get out on a video or an IGTV and say, hi, this is what this product is. This is how I made it. This is why I made it. This is what I thought while I was making it, and what I think is great about it. To wear it myself and say, look, I'm a 5'2" person. If I can wear this and this is how it looks on me, it's probably how it might look on you. And it was a game changer, at least for me. Because up until then, and I define a lot of my business, about 90% plus of it actually comes through Instagram. A lot of the business understanding up until then was that you have to go through influencers, that you have to do paid advertising, that you have to do a bunch of these free giftings. The moment these IGTVs, and I did that just because I also happened to be on my own here, my family wasn't around, I had a 1-year-old. I mean, my kid was about 5 months when the pandemic and the lockdown hit, and I was alone in the house with him. So there was only so much you could even do. So the pandemic was sort of a blessing with respect to work, because there wasn't a kill switch, which again, coming back to the women bit, I think the pandemic, while may have allowed women to organize themselves, really has been very destructive for women in the workforce, I feel, because of how many actually have had to give up work in order to just look after the house and be home. Because in my opinion, while I truly understand and agree that work from home is very effective and fantastic, etc., I'm not very sure it works out in the family module where you have cramped spaces, children, and 2 parents. So in my opinion, that's something that what I saw was a lot of women actually just stepping back and giving up work. And I say this because I was a new mom. And at all of these groups that I was on, constantly only had this one feature of these women saying, hey, we're struggling to do our calls because of the kid crying in the background. We are struggling to actually continue with our work because, who is going to do the cleaning and the cooking and the looking after and all of those things that you rely on school systems or, external care systems to do for you, which will shut. But anyway, I keep digressing. Coming back to at least to my business, there was my website, which had been there for about 2 or 3 years, suddenly was, doing really well because everybody was just sitting around and just doing a lot of purchases. The other thing I felt was that while, yes, a lot of the segment of society actually got economically hit, and it was really quite a watershed like that, the difference of the well-off was so evident on the website, because they truly, I don't think there was any trouble with selling. People were waiting for sales. People were waiting for the moment you went on 10%, 20% discount, because they actually had that much money stashed up. You weren't going out, you weren't eating out, you weren't taking a holiday, you weren't, so all of that extra sort of liquid money that people would have ideally, I assume, spent on was actually just going on shopping. So it was a very interesting space. There was a lot of, I think, misery and sadness, but there was also a lot of just purchase and getting on with this gratification of feeling and making yourself feel better. Because I work in jewelry. Jewelry is the most non-essential thing you'll ever own unless you have to buy yourself. It's like, I mean, one of the things that if anybody asks me, how is your business sustainable? I said, are you an idiot? I'm not making cow dung. That's the only sustainable thing I can make to give back some way. Jewelry is the only thing that you only buy out of indulgence, and that's that. There's no requirement for it really, other than, you know, make yourself feel better. So there was a lot of that during the pandemic.
Yeah, very, very, very well said. So I have a question. I understand that the Instagram actually became a hot selling place, right? You found a new marketing medium. You found a available marketing medium. Is that going to sustain? How do you look at this going forward? Because things are getting offline. People are going to go to malls, right? Things will change. How does that change for you and your business now?
Well, I hope to be very honest, I actually really hope the bubble bursts, because it's almost become ridiculous. All of us with our hopes pinned on Instagram, and mine included, but with the way the application works and the way it encourages and what it encourages, I am hoping and waiting we can stop dancing. I'm an artist. I'm not a monkey. I'm not supposed to dance to sell my jewelry. It is just ridiculous what we've come down to in order to grab eyeballs. And the sad thing is, I can make something beautiful. It can be amazingly aesthetically well shot, and every single person who has a sense of aesthetic will appreciate it. Sadly, the number is always a lot lesser than if I were actually doing some jazzy something on the gram, which also at this point, the thing is, Instagram's no longer a fun app. It's no longer this instant pout picture. It's a very strong e-commerce platform. It is pure business. But it's a very, very strange way of doing business now. So anyway, so going forward for me, I actually truly don't mind people just going off to the stores, and also because a lot of physical design and physical art needs to be seen, touched, absorbed, experienced, because that's the whole point of it. To do it. So it's great to sell on the website, and it was amazing for brand awareness, etc., which I may not have had if it wasn't for suddenly everybody being stuck at home and being forced online. But I do want people to get to a store, feel the product, buy it because you've worn it and seen it, and not because I have to dance for it.
Yeah, thank you. That was great. So we have 2 minutes more. Jacob, do you want to add something? Shiva, anything more before we close?
I just wanted to say that, while she's saying that it was bad for women during the COVID, it's actually also good for women now, because the women are actually getting flexi hours and able to work from home. In my own company, I have given people time off to work from home. And actually, I think that this pandemic is going to be very good for women down the line.
I truly hope so. I know, I agree with you. And there are very, very few companies that are doing it, but I really hope it becomes like the law and it allows you to have that kind of flexibility.
Yeah.
Because I also completely agree with Shivani. There are so many of them, because of the kid, they could not work. They all could work sitting at home. It was a good time for them that they could practice whatever they wish to, because they could take care of the child as well as they could be able to work. So I think that way it was really a helping hand for many women.
But Payal, on this, the views are so diverse. I mean, I've been having this discussion over this last 1 year with different women, different sectors, different. My God, you can't come to any conclusion whether this was good
Definitely
or
not. This is all
you know what?
for
The only
everybody.
reason
We don't know where it is going to take us, right?
Okay, again, just to close it, I'm literally on this panel right now because fortunately my 2-year-old decided to fall asleep today. If it wasn't for that, I truly may have at some point when, have to apologize and say, but I can't. I just can't because there would be somebody who's jumping around, and because he's 2, and there is nobody. I mean, I do have a husband, I have a family, but they're just not around right now. So, that is what it is. And when your kid's crying away, then nobody, no matter how close they are, tends to say, you know what, get your work done, we'll handle.
I'd like
And here I am as elite as a kid can get.
Yeah, Jacob.
I'd just like to add that, during this COVID period, our workforce doubled for a very simple reason that earlier when we were working from units, women had to put in 6 hours minimum, but preferably 8 hours. Now we have women who work anywhere from 2 to 4 hours a day. And that's been a huge leap forward in a sense. And the canvas is expanded in a sense for us. A lot of people who could not have come into a formal work system today can, thanks to work from home.
And also, as Jacob said, there are 200 women working for them, and everybody has been delivering, sitting at homes, having their setup at home and doing. It's fantastic the way it is changing. And it will be really interesting to see where it can go. It's something I see. There are a lot of positive changes. I think there was somewhere this slowdown was needed for all of us.
Yes. If I can add very, very quickly, I mean, I have been working at the intersection, like I said, of design and tech. And the honest truth is, I mean, I should confess that very little changed during the COVID for this industry, the IT / design and tech industry. I think very little changed, but the fantastic thing that happened is we all living in a world of continuous partial attention. I love that phrase. It's actually, we've learned to live with like one screen here and one screen there and one screen somewhere else. And this continuous partial attention thing was minimized quite a bit because we are also living in the real world. And during work time, there were comparatively less deviations, if I can say, troubles that actually happened in between and stuff like that. So things were better. But the biggest issue that I came across, at least from the design up stuff and conversation with the design community in predominantly the tech stuff, is mental health. I think that was a thing that was recurring back again and again and again. It was a completely new situation. People were put in 1.5 years of working from specific places at home with kind of unavoidable circumstances that you're surrounded by, which you technically avoid if you get out of home, right? Like, so that time out wasn't there, and that affected a lot of people. And we did have a panel on this separately anyway. Last time we did.
What I'm thinking is we should have had a conference on just women during pandemic and what's happening with that. Looks like Jacob is ready for his flight. Jacob, thank you so much. Have a safe flight. And I'm going to thank all the panelists. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Talking to you, and I just wish we could just keep the Zoom on, keep talking forever. But let's move on. So I'm going to hand it over to who takes over now. Anshika, to announce more awards, and we move ahead with the conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear panelists. And we are indeed transitioning to a world, or I would rather say a post-pandemic world, where collaborative efforts, especially in our design community, will be the change. So now let's move on to India's Best Design Studio Awards. When the jury evaluates studios, they look at least 5 or more criteria like persistence, profitability, and functionality, to name a few. So let us begin with India's Best Design Awards, the studio category. Starting with India's Best Design Studio Award 2021 goes to First Main. India's Best Design Studio Award 2021 goes to Almond Branding. The next India's Best Design Studio Award goes to Artifact Designs. Moving on, the next India's Best Design Studio Award goes to Astra. Next on the list, India's Best Design Studio Award goes to Big Brand Theory Consulting. Coming up next, India's Best Design Award 2021 goes to DJ Interactive Solution. Following this, another India's Best Design Studio Award 2021 goes to First Base Media Private Limited. India's Best Design Studio Award 2021 goes to Frozen Iris. The next India's Best Design Studio Award 2021 goes to Graphite. The next India's Best Design Studio Award 21 goes to Invent India Innovations. Next in the list, India's Best Design Studio Award 2021 goes to Lopez Design. Moving on, under the freshly introduced category this year, that is VMA, that stands for Video, Motion and Animation. The award goes to NS Ventures. Further, India's Best Design Studio Award 2021 goes to Ordinary Marketing India. India's Best Design Studio Award 2021 next goes to Omnis Design Solutions. Up next, India's Best Design Studio Award 2021 goes to One Thing Design. The next India's Best Design Studio Award 2021 goes to Rabia Gupta Design, RGD. Next in the list, India's Best Design Studio Award 2021 goes to Bifrost Studios. And the next award for this category, India's Best Design Studio Award 2021 goes to the Jungle Gym Studio. I now introduce you to the last award segment of this year, the India's Best In-House Design Studio. As the need for design grows in the world, we see big companies and corporates creating autonomous design wings within their organizations. To recognize their achievements, we present the in-house studio category. This year, we have 2 winners in the in-house studio category, and they are, so India's Best In-House Design Studio Award goes to Trident Group. Our next and the last award for the evening, India's Best Design Studio Award in the in-house category goes to Brilio Technologies. Hearty congratulations to all the teams. Now I would like to call upon Mariana to take away from here.
Our heartiest congratulations to all the winners, and we would like you to know that trophies will be shipped to you and you will receive them soon. That's not all, however. We have one more exciting keynote discussion right ahead. And now I request Tarun Thakkar to congratulate the winners. Tarun has business management at India Design. Over to you, Tarun.
Thank you, Mariana. This has been an amazing show. We've been almost close to the end of this, I would say. But we got to start that vote of thanks since all the winners have been announced now, and it's always difficult to put this out. Okay, let me start with a wholehearted gratitude towards the Design India universe coming together here today for us, the Design India magazine readers and followers, India's Best Design Awards, all the participants and winners, and all of you present over here at the Design India Show 2021. It's been over a decade that Design India magazine has been running, and this couldn't have been possible without the support and the love that it has received over the years. This is what really keeps us going month on month. Today, we're fortunate for being able to run this grand show smoothly, even during these uncertain times. It has been our pleasure to host all the members in the audience and the speakers over here today. I'm really thankful to the entire jury panel of India's Best Design Awards 2021 for their expert judgment. While the fallout from the crisis is both amplifying familiar risks and creating new ones, changes at this scale also creates new openings for managing systemic challenges and ways to build back better. With some of the most eye-opening sessions throughout the day, there has been a lot of takeaways from the program as the program draws closer to the end. But picture abhi baki hai mere dost, as there is one last session with Sir Prasoon Pandey chatting up with Sudhir. Moving on, we're thankful for the super jury panel, speaker panel today at the Design India Show for enlightening us with the useful and practical insights and relevant topics and more relevant of unmuting. I would also like to thank each and every participant of the India's Best Design Award for joining in and during these uncertain times, standing up and coming in there and winning awards. The trophies will be dispatched very soon. Big shout out to our sponsors, Bajaj Auto, Vikaram Chanmal, who've always been there and a constant support to Design India and the whole community. Pinterest, very exciting and amazing, trusting us and the whole Design India community and the design community in India and showing up today and helping us do this event. I would also like to thank our partners without whom this wouldn't have been possible, Ajinkya D.Y. Patil University for helping us set up this technical thing, and our radio partners at Red FM. Last and but definitely not the least, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the whole team here at Design India Awards and the Design India Show, Design India team and Indie Design team, which is one and all, for the relentless support in running the show so smoothly. A big thank you to each and every one of you. I wish to continue this energy every year and take this to the next height every time we do this. Hopefully we should be able to do this, not hopefully, I'm very sure we'll be able to do this in a hybrid mode next year, as Sudhir has already promised this. Like I told you, the show isn't over yet. There is this last session coming up shortly. Anshika, if you can just take over from here and introduce Prasoon and Sudhir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tarun, for your words of appreciation. And let us move on to the evening session now. As we head towards our final session of this evening, here's a gentle reminder to all of you to use the hashtag TDS2021 and IBDA2021 at Design India Mac, tag us, and also tag us at Best Design Award. So, our keynote speaker needs no introduction. I would like to extend a warm welcome to Prasoon Pandey. His first film as director went on to win Best Debut Director, Best Script, Best Cinematography, Best Sound Design, and Best Film Awards at the Indian Academy of Advertising Film Art Awards. This was followed by a prolific 25-year-long career in filmmaking and multiple Cannes Lions Awards, Clias Awards, New York Festivals, Asia Pacific Art Fest Awards, and Abbey Awards. Sudhir Sharma, the founder of Indie Design and editor-in-chief of Design India magazine, will be speaking to him. I request now Sudhir to take over from here.
Thank you, Anshika. And thank you very much for introducing Prasoon and me for this. I just spoke to Prasoon, he's joining. We are, in fact, running before time. So he will just join us. Till then, I will try and hold the fort and probably tell you a story. Okay, so I think what is important, and a question I get asked very often is, how did I think of the magazine? And I've told the story many times. And how is it that I'm running? And you realize that we are a design office, just like any of you, no different than any of you in any way. It's a very small team. We're just 20 of us who run this small design office. And out of this 20, I think we have a team of 5 people, which focuses on the magazine. In 2010, I was a member of the India Design Council, and I had presented a concept to then President of the Council, Anand Mahindra, saying that we need to have a showcase of Indian designers, where we can have Indian designers on the cover, and we can show inspiring stories of Indian designers. And this is just a minute. I'm just changing the view. Okay, so this is when I made a proposal, and the way I make proposals, even in our work, is that we work out the complete, what the editorial would be, what the size would be, what it will be called, how it will be produced, how it will be marketed, what the business model would be. Somehow it sounded so complete to the council that Anand Mahindra came up and said, Sudhir, it's so well planned, why don't you run it yourself? And I was like, okay, I could run it myself instead of a council running a magazine. This becoming an institutional project, this becomes an individual project. I thought it made sense because it also has then a lot of freedom in terms of what you could do in the magazine, how you could decide who should be where, the editorial policies and the visual policies and things like that. So I just went ahead and we produced our first issue with Abhijit Bansod on the cover. And what is interesting is that Abhijit is the designer of the trophy, which will be sent out to all the winners. So the connection continues. So far, like I mentioned earlier, that we've had about 2,000 designers covered into the magazine. How do we decide whom to feature in the magazine? I think it's very simple. We basically go by the body of work, which needs to be inspiring. The story itself has to be inspiring. So we don't focus on an individual project by a designer, but we focus on the full body of work by the designers, because I think for us, it's important that at one time when we are publishing the story of the designer, and I'm assuming a lot of other people would, the audience, when they read the story, they need to get inspired to do good work, and they need to get a peep into, behind the scene, in the sense, how did this designer create this, and realize that designing good work or doing excellent project is not a one-off activity. It's something which gets into the DNA of the designers, and you can see that through the winners as well. Over the years, there's a number of designers who are getting the Best Design Studio Awards time and again. There are a number of designers who get the Best Design Project Awards again and again. That sort of proves that winning is an attitude. It is how you look at the projects, how thoroughly and consistently you do the projects. It's not a fluke. It's not a one-time activity. It's not, you can't do a good project just once, right? So you have to go on doing project after project, which will turn out good. We thought of bringing this aspect of designers into the limelight. And what we realized on the way is that designers are not actually ready to be featured into magazines. I know a lot of us do work. We do fabulous projects, but we don't document them. We don't document the stories about them. We finish a project, deliver it to the client, get the money from the client, and we move on to the next project, or we are already on to the next project. So much so that the documentation doesn't occur to you, that we needed to document how we did this project. And many of the designers which we feature into our magazine, they start thinking about what they did for their projects after we start asking questions for them. So usually it takes anything between 2 months to 6 months to prepare a designer to get featured into the magazine. And that also because we mostly go for original content. We're not looking for designers who have been featured time and again into different media. I know a lot of designers do hire PR companies. Just a minute, I think Prasoon is having a problem in logging in. I need to speak to him. So just give me a minute. Okay. So a lot of design companies actually hire well-to-do design companies hire public relation agencies who then send the standard, they document a project and they send it to all the publications. So we get tons of these mails, and not just from Indian designers. We get it from Italy, we get it from US, we get it from France, Japan, Korea, China, from all over. That's ready material. I mean, if we just wanted to run a quick magazine, it's very easy to just take that work, compile it together and run into the magazine. But that actually wouldn't build the body of designers which we want to build or to be known into the country, right? So I'm quite happy with the fact that in last 11 years we have 135 issues of the magazine, which are out. We are in fact going to publish a volume of 12 books now, each 400 pages, compiling all the designers and all the work which we have featured so far, especially for libraries and people who want to build up their own private design libraries, because all this finally I think is creating contemporary history of design. This is design as it is happening in India. And now when I look back, the work we featured 10 years back, 5 years back, 4 years back, 6 years back, you can actually see how the transition is happening. So I'm glad that there is at least one magazine which has started doing this. I'm also very, very thankful to so many people who collaborated with us. Almost everyone we have approached has agreed to be featured, handed over their original work to us, and has never questioned what we will do with the content, have been very patient with me and my team. Again, our team are not professional journalists, nor am I a professional journalist. I was telling my team yesterday that 10 years back, 12 years back, I didn't write anything other than proposals for customers or clients, right? Or my presentations. But I made it a practice to write an editorial which is about something which is not to do with my work, but it's something which relates to all of us. And over the years, when I now look back and read my editorials 4 years back, 5 years back, I was reading my editorial of last year's this issue, which you see behind me, award issue. And I was so surprised to see the language. It looked like a language, from somebody who knew how to write. And I felt very proud of myself. And I really feel that if I can write, all of you can write. And I talk about this in my lectures also, that designers need to write. They need to start writing, and they need to start publicizing their work. They need to start speaking. Speaking is easier. So start with speaking, but then before speaking, start writing down what you're going to speak. I think that matters a lot. We have fabulous talent in India, many number of design schools now. Obviously, a very large number of designers will come in the future. But remember this, the difference is going to be the designers who write and document and blog their work will be remembered. They will be known. The guys who don't write will be lost. If you just speak, it'll be finished. In 5 years' time, 10 years' time, you will not be remembered. It is very important for you to sort of continue documenting your work as it is happening, not just from the perspective of getting it published. Many times these are fabulous case studies for schools and colleges, and when you go back to teaching, I think it's very important. It is very, very brilliant. Just give me 2 minutes now. You can take a short break. I will be back with you. Let me just speak to Prasoon. He should be online very soon, and we will be continuing from here. Just give me a minute. So Tarun Prasoon is here. I heard that Prasoon is around. Can we see him?
So he's joined as attendee by mistake. Just checking that.
So just ask him, Prasoon, if you can put your hand up, raise hand. At the bottom, there's something called raise hand. We will pull you into the panelists.
I am promoting him to the panelist.
Yeah,
he will have to rejoin.
Okay. So Prasoon, let me give you a background to this, that he's a senior, a very respected filmmaker now in India, but I have known him almost like elder brother from NID. He is a graphic designer, and I remember his final project at NID, and I'm so thrilled to have him with us on this panel. Okay. Okay, we're still waiting. We are still waiting for Prasoon to come on the right place, because he has joined, but he's joined as a attendee. So he's landed up onto the other side. We're just trying to get him onto the panelist thing again. There are many things I can tell you about Prasoon, but I think Prasoon himself is one of the greatest storytellers of our times. we must listen to him, his stories. He's just speaking to Tarun, and Tarun is sorting this out. So till then, if any panelist, I think there are a lot of panelists still on, right? Anyone wants to say something, add something, you're welcome. Yeah, that's okay. I can also tell you stories about, okay, interesting is that after I started the magazine, the whole business model of the magazine dependent on industry supporting it, right? And I was banking on, because it was presented to Anand Mahindra, that probably Mahindra and Mahindra will take it up and take it from there. But the very fact that Design Council said you run it, and Mahindra said you run it, and it sort of fell on my shoulders like, okay, I'll run it. Initial thing was, how do I raise the capital? How do I start paying for, and we were very clear we wanted to do a print magazine, and a lot of people we know would consider a magazine only if it's printed. If it's not printed, not considered a magazine at all. If it's a blog, I mean, this is a discussion we've had forever, that we should go online. Not many people read print anymore. So and it would take time, by the time the libraries get used to it, individual designers, get into the mode of paying for the content, because people are not usually ready to pay for the content. Remember that any media, magazine or TV channel which you look at, the content is subsidized. It's not you're not actually paying for the content. It's subsidized by the advertisers. That's how the market economy works. The negative point with that is that the moment advertisers come in, they start telling you what the content should be. So the content gets modified to suit, to attract certain advertisers. And I can tell you that if you want to run a design magazine in India, you need to run a magazine on architecture, interior design, because then you have tons and tons of home decor companies and plywood companies and paint companies, and they would come and support it because their audience is very directly the same audience. The problem with us is that designers like us is that we are not focused on one particular industry. So it's very difficult for us to go back to saying, who would support a media like this? Whose audience are you, for example? We are extremely diverse in the kind of companies or projects we deal with. So that presented a very major problem for me initially. And even now for some time, that how do you sustain a project like this where you need people to pay for content? Right? That's one reason that we landed up pricing it quite good. It's priced the way it is. It's not dependent on advertising at all. Very little advertising is what we get. we are a magazine which is sustained by the subscribers. And who are the subscribers? We have mostly the libraries, design offices, designers, engineering offices, and of course, when I say design offices, a lot of architectural studios as well. But we are not a audience for the interior design architecture market or their suppliers or their traders in that sense. Okay, so in that sense, we become a very, very unique media. So I had no choice right in the beginning, but go back to a few industry clients I work with and request them if they would support a magazine like this. Number one, first supporter was Naushad Forbes of Forbes and Marshall. He was like, yeah, we should have a magazine like this. And they were our sponsor for the magazine for many years. Then there was another company called Veroc, based in Aurangabad. They were sponsor for many years. Bajaj Finserv, for whom we had just done the branding which is there around. They become our sponsors. So, and then Bajaj Auto, of course, they became our sponsors. So we basically got together all our clients and told them that, we run something like this. So let's break even and somehow get something going on this. Bikaram Channel joined us a few years later. I think in about 2015, they came in as our client. And I'm so happy that this very young client of ours, Ashish Agarwal, has been an extremely strong supporter of whatever we do. And he just goes saying, you don't even need to. In fact, I sent him a mail day before saying, I put your name as a sponsor. And he said, yeah, you don't have to ask me, just go ahead. We are there till we are there. So that's a fantastic kind of support I have. And similar support from Bajaj Auto. I mean, I just had to message Rajiv saying, Rajiv, again, same event coming up. Rajiv is the managing director of the company. And he says, yeah, same deal, go ahead. And we have the awards get supported and the magazine gets supported. In some way, I'm quite keen that we continue the print magazine because I'm also very keen that we will bring out that whole 12 sets of books this year, which will become the whole library. This will be the library every design school must have. Or if you have a design studio, you must have it in your design studio because you need to know what's happening in India, how people have dealt with something you're going to deal with, or how other people do things. And I'm looking forward to, I don't know how long this journey will last, but hopefully we will continue doing this forever. We really love it. Another thing which happens is Prasoon still not around. I have to keep on going. Tarun is still speaking to Prasoon.
I have a question for you.
That, what it does in my studio, we work on commercial projects for clients and customers. And while doing those projects, everybody has to keep looking for what other designers are doing. And they have to keep, we have a group in which they share saying, look at this designer's work, it's so good. Can we feature so-and-so, or can we find out who designed this? Because many times you can't find it. And we start looking into that and we start looking, oh, this is good, that is good. This designer's work is good. And can we look for more work from the same designer? So we start doing that research. I think that's a very good attitude for my team to have. Because of the magazine, because generally what I've seen is that designers don't like other people's work. They only like their own work. So when it comes to somebody else's work, it's like, ye karna tha, ye kar sakte the, ye aur hona chahiye tha. We don't really appreciate somebody else's work. But because of the magazine, we started looking into, oh, look at this. This is so beautiful, lovely illustration, beautiful film, oh, nice product design, who's doing this? So we started looking at the good side of the design which other people are doing. I think that brought in an attitude change in my team, because we, while appreciating somebody else's work, as a team, we started appreciating each other's work. And that's something which is really good, because I think as designers, and That's the reason I started Design India in 2002 as a Yahoo group, because I realized that designers were not talking to each other. They were so much in their silos, and one designer didn't know what the other designer is doing. So in 2002, I started a e-group, Yahoo group, which I think is probably the first online community of designers anywhere in the world, not just in India. Where we started adding designers and people started talking to each other on the email. If you are a member of that Yahoo group, you would know that MP Ranjan was probably the most prolific writer on the group. We have around 32,000 emails written by people before Yahoo group shut down this year. But good thing is now there are so many other platforms and we are on. And that's why I decided to name the magazine, rename the magazine from Tool to Design India to sort of continue that, that legacy. That designers talk to each other, they get to see each other's work. I've always believed that the only way to grow is to appreciate each other's work. Appreciating, remember this, appreciating is like pulling somebody up. You know, it's when you start looking at mistakes in other person's work, you will find mistakes. Of course, there are mistakes in everyone's work, but it doesn't actually help that person, right? So you need to help each other to you know, move up. And I think that's how collectively we move up in terms of design. Also, a big reason is very early on, I got exposed to design worldwide. I started traveling, looking at design studios in Europe, in US, in Japan, in China, everywhere. And I see the quality of work by designers taking a lot of pride in their own heritage is beautiful. It's really something to get inspired from. Look at Hong Kong designers, look at Japanese designers, the way they have taken their culture and the way they pull it up into their contemporary work is so good. Somehow we are very mixed about culture. Culture for us is history, heritage, we left it somewhere and we, you know, land up doing something entirely different. Probably that's the requirement of the market. A lot of our work, designers' work in India is marketing oriented design work. It's not really the product creation work. So a lot of product designers do a lot of original product creation. But when you look at graphic designers, I think there are very few graphic designers doing original work in India. Most of them are doing marketing communication work, and we'll end up calling it design or that is design. I'm not saying that's not design, but there are, the moment you start working for marketing departments, there are compulsions which come in. You know, there's a client who's probably not well-versed with design at all. Well-versed, they don't know design at all, but they'll end up approving design. So the moment they become approving authority on your design, you have to do what they like, right? You have to go by their standard of aesthetics and their standard of understanding. A lot of work we as designers have is to educate our clients and customers. And I'm really glad that in my career, I've had the chance of working with the owners, you know, many times exposing them to work of a lot of other designers from around the world and putting that in context, saying, if this is what is happening in Japan because of this tradition, there's something else which needs to happen in India. Not exactly the same thing, right? Whether it's automobile or this is banking or it is IT and all that. And is Prasoon coming or will I need to finish the keynote myself? That's crazy. Hey, Prasoon. Why is your name coming as Mariana Sharma? Okay, I could see Prasoon, so I'm sure we will very soon have him.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, finally.
Finally we
get. Gala सूख गया यार. अच्छा, unmute करो खुद को.
Even the mails couldn't get through. Yeah,
we can't hear you.
You can't hear me? We can't hear you. Why? My speaker is on. My
yeah, can hear you. Can hear you.
तो मेरी गलती नहीं.
नहीं आपकी गलती नहीं है. मैंने बोलते वक्त ना मेरा माइक ये स्पीकर बंद कर दिया होगा.
Superb. Yeah, finally we get through.
Good to see you. And I'm so glad to see you. But really, thank you for taking the time out for this event. You've been on our jury at times. You've been to our event also once, I remember. Yeah, and one of the earlier PDF events, one of the first PDF events when we had just started Pune Design Festival, I had called you, and you've always been not just a fantastic professional, but a fantastic elder brother, senior, all that, right?
Love
so
you
thank
too.
Yeah. So, Prasoon, let's jump into it. How much ever time you have, and we have audience. We've done away with the awards, finished with the vote of thanks and all that. So, अब हम लोग खाली होके बैठे हैं to listen to your stories about pandemic. आपने क्या किया? How did you first when this happened first and the whole film industry sort of shut down? तो क्या reaction क्या था? फिर क्या हुआ? And how did you react to it?
Yeah, I kind of thrive on this. I like problems. And as soon as this happened, because I think all of us do, because it's like we are addicted to doing, crosswords. And if you don't get a crossword, then you're trying to figure out, what do I solve? So when a problem comes, we get really excited. And, and it's always been on my head, even 20 years back, wo jab kya survey hue aur unki war chal rahi thi, and then they were making a new country. And I said, wow, I wish I was a bachelor right now so that I wouldn't have to leave my loved ones behind. I would love to go to a country which is to start from scratch. It's all rubble. Okay. So it's a bit like that when you give such a huge problem. So on the day that the first lockdown was announced, I was sitting and having a drink and trying to figure out kya hoga, because none of us knew what is this and how long is it. It's supposed. Initially we just thought it's like a 15-day thing. We thought it's like a 2-week thing, but a lockdown. We'd never heard of lockdown. We're not a generation which has seen World War II or something like that. We've never been restricted, And so I was sitting and having a drink, and I thought, is it possible in a complete lockdown that nobody moves out of their space and we are still able to put together a piece of drama? A piece of collage is possible, okay? I mean, easily understandable that everybody sends their clips and you put it together. But a piece of drama where people interact with each other, So I started thinking, and by the time I was having my second drink, I got an idea, which is why I always say, always have your second drink first, okay? And so I got an idea, and I said, because initially when I started, I was thinking, can we write a feature film, And then I realized, वो तो जब तक सोचेंगे तब तक ये 2 हफ्ते पूरे हो जाएंगे. So by the time I was on my second drink, I said, okay, why don't we make a communication which is relevant to this problem itself? And so I wrote this idea, and then I got very excited, and I called up Amit ji, and I said, sir, ye kamal ki cheez hai ki none of us will move out of our spaces. All actors, director, music director, editor, everybody is in their own space. I will design it like this, and this is the story. And so I explained it to him, this is how we'll do. So he said, "Ye karenge kaise aap?" I said, "Sir, wo mere upar chhodiye, main bataunga aapko. What I will do is I will shoot a rough, okay? And so everybody will get a template. This is exactly the shot that you have to recreate, okay? And shoot it on your phone and send it to me, and we'll cut it together." And I had an advantage that my son Ayushman, he is a filmmaker. So I said, "वो घर पे बैठ के काटेगा और हो जाएगा सब काम, चिंता मत करो." So yeah, because we thought that it is only a 2-week lockdown, I said the important part is we should put this film together in 5 days' time. Okay. So then I called up Ranbir, and then Ranbir and Alia started contributing to the idea. And they said, listen, why do you want to restrict it only to Bollywood? why not expand it, which was actually an extremely, precious idea. And so we said, okay, we'll expand it. And then we said, but I mean, who's going to call up Rajnikant, then Mammootty and Mohanlal and all these guys? So we said to Amit ji, sir, unko to aap hi phone kar sakte hain. Okay. And how would, they all respect each other so much. Nobody's going to say no to Amit ji. Okay. And so by the end of third day, every evening like this, we used to sit together and we used to Zoom chat with each other. Kya karna hai, kisko phone karna hai, kya karna hai. And by the third day, we figured out who all need to be contacted. And they were all really, really wholeheartedly jumping into the project. I mean, some of them, like Priyanka was in LA and she was, going to shoot her clip. And so on fourth day, I shot the whole video. I acted all the parts and Ayushman shot me. Then by evening, he edited the whole footage together. Underneath, because each role is me only, so we have to somehow explain to people that this is your shot. So in that clip, I would color only that shot which refers to, say, Amit ji, and all the others would become black and white. So they know, acha, ye 3 shot mere ko dena hai, okay, and these are my dialogues. And then we mailed all that stuff to all the actors, and by fifth day, we were hoping to start edit, and we could not because a couple of things had to be reshot. Somebody had a flickering light behind and all. So I had to do this also, which is, these are very, very senior actors, okay? And normally, when they come to a set, there are people like me who have to run around and arrange everything for them. So they're not used to arranging things for themselves, right? They are in front of the camera. So I had done before the demo film, I put in an instruction film also. I told them, this is what you have to do, which is hold the phone in a landscape position, not a vertical position. Do not keep a huge light source behind yourself. Put your fan off, put your AC off, and all that kind of stuff. And फिर भी 2-4 clips गड़बड़ हो गई थी, so they needed to be reshot. And they were all very kind. Imagine Rajnikant shooting his clip third time. First day they sent it to me. I said, "Nahi, ye galat hai. You have to match that eye line and all that. Where I have said, now udhar hi dekhna hai." Okay. And so we were getting late, and so I said, "Ek kaam karte hain. This is like a fill in the blank. I can keep replacing the shots." So I asked Dhruv Ganekar to start recording music on my rough only. And then as shots would come, we would keep replacing. So matlab film or music dono bas ek saath hi bane. Okay. But it was great fun. That was the thrill of it. On 6th day, we released it on Sony. And Amit ji, of course, put in one more angle to it. He said, यार ये तो कमाल की बन गई. अपन सोनी को बोलते हैं कि तुम भी आ जाओ, और वो कल्याण ज्वेलर को बोलते हैं तुम भी दोनों जने 10-10 करोड़ डालो, तो ये 20 करोड़ हम लोग जो हमारे डेली वेज अर्नर्स हैं उनको उनकी यूनियंस को दे देते हैं. And that was $1 million idea. I wouldn't have thought of it. He thought of it, and those two guys, paid 10 crores, and we were able to send it to all our unions, because I mean we don't know how many people are there, and also to the 5 unions, 2 crores, because एक Bombay की union है, एक Tamil Nadu की union है, एक Calcutta की है. Yeah, it was great fun putting it together.
What a story. So उसका response क्या हुआ फिर? When this film got out, then what did you start hearing from people?
Yeah, I mean everybody was blown, and people said कि यार ऐसे हो सकता था, ये सोचा नहीं था. But the advantage is, that in a crisis situation, audience is very kind towards you, and I was taking advantage of that they all know कि किस माहौल में ये film बनी होगी. So that is why I told everybody, do not worry, because the whole story is about how Amit ji has lost his specs and everybody is searching everywhere. I said, do not worry about what specs you have in your hand. It must change. उसका मजा ये है कि उसकी continuity बिल्कुल ही incorrect होनी चाहिए. And in fact, एक sequence है जिसमें Prasunjit from Calcutta and Mohanlal ji are sitting at the same table, supposedly at the same table, and having their cups of tea and asking each other, यार वो अमिताभ बच्चन का देखा कि नहीं यार कहीं पे चश्मा, ठीक है? And so for their purpose, I said, listen, I will go in my house and I will shoot these two sequences on two different tables because it should be different tables. And इधर का आएगा तो वो गोल टेबल है, उधर का आएगा तो स्क्वायर टेबल, but both are sitting at the same table. It's like you know how Michel Gondry does you know, Be Kind, Rewind. You know, it's you know, you show your mistakes, you share your mistakes with the audience, like it happens on stage, ना? जब अपन stage पे होते हैं, so audience is very kind. Sometimes they figure out कि यार यहाँ पे इसकी गलत entry हो गई है, but they will you to get it right, you know, and that's the advantage. And so you positioned it like that, and then suddenly a lot of people said, यार हमारी film बना दो यार ऐसी. So I said, वो you know, हर film का एक अलग put होएगा, इसकी एक thrill थी. We wanted to, it's like, you know, if you say कि अभी ये crossword बहुत अच्छी करी आपने, अब इसको वापस लिख दीजिए, तो कोई मजा नहीं है ना उसका, वो तो कर चुके हैं हम लोग, you know.
Yeah, fantastic. So उसके बाद that I remember you made quite early on, right? And you made it
on the sixth day we released it.
You thought कि lockdown खत्म होने वाला है.
Yeah, because I was in a hurry, because I thought अगर ये कहीं open out हो गया तो film की relevance नहीं रहेगी.
Right. What happened after that? After that film, I've seen this film, fantastic, and I would suggest everyone go on YouTube, look for this film from Prasoon Pandey. Check it out. I'll also post it.
It's called Family, a Short Story.
Family, a Short Story. I'll also just put a link here and onto the social media, so you will see that. So Prasoon, what happened after that? Yeah.
Then each film used to be a different problem, and बड़ा मजा आता था. जब problem होती है तो मजा आता है. So there was one film I had to do where, you know, the problem was it was for Asian Paints, and they said कि यार ये कैसे करेंगे कि, you know, somebody sitting in their house and, you know, watching somebody else getting his house painted in COVID times. Okay, so वो सब ये लेके आए. Now that kind of shooting was not allowed in Bombay. You know, you could just shoot yourself in your house. That was allowed. Okay, so we said, well, we can't do it. So the only place where shooting was allowed was Goa. So we said, okay, we'll set it up in Goa. And so I was directing from here. We set up one part of it in Goa, but the casting that we needed was here in Bombay. So we said, अच्छा वो जो जिस balcony से वो लोग देख रहे हैं, वो Bombay में है. So I'll find an actor. So I called up Manoj Pawar and I said, so ऐसी मजा क्या आता है ऐसी दिक्कत वाली, you know, firefighting film में ना, there is no time to do casting and share with client. And client says, यार जो तुम्हारा मजा कर देना यार कुछ करके, ठीक है? So you just call up friends. Okay, so I called up Manoj Pawar and I said, listen, how's it going? And he said, यार बंद हूँ यार कमरे में. I said, very good. अब ये फिल्म में शूट करो, ठीक है? अच्छी बात है कमरे में बंद हो.
Very good.
So I said कि अच्छा, so this is the film. And he said बहुत fantastic है. And I said, okay, so now show me your balcony because you'll have to shoot your own shots on your. So he said, Prasoon, यार मेरे घर में तो balcony नहीं है. So I said, okay, no problem. What we can do is you can be at the window. Show me your window. So his window had very complicated grill on it. I said, यार इसमें से क्या दिखेगा? So I said, no problem. अपन window की grill खोल के हटा सकते हैं. What floor are you on? He said, 9th floor. So I said, यार वो भी नहीं हटा सकते. I thought if he's on 2nd floor or something कुछ कर लेंगे. So I said, okay, do me one thing. And it's so sweet. I've saved that drawing. I said, first send me your घर का layout. आपके जो registration paper होंगे ना उसमें कहीं layout होगा. So I think they could not find that file जिसमें था. His wife, who's also an actor, and that's why I called them up because I needed a wife also. So I thought Manoj and Seema will put together in that film. Okay. She drew a drawing of a house. It is fabulous. It is, without realizing, she's done like an orthographic projection. Okay. She's written the measurements there. The scaling is completely warped because जो 20 फुट है वो देखने में 10 फुट लग रहा है वगैरह, but it's really sweet. So I've saved it. Okay. And imagine एक एक्टर बैठ के यार अभी लेआउट बना रहा है घर का. It's a very exciting time. Normally in normal life you wouldn't be sitting and doing all this. So anyway, so in that I saw कि यार इसमें वो नहीं है, लेकिन एक balcony बना सकते हैं अपन इसके घर में, because in one of the shots that he sent of his house, through the door in the other room, I could see a sofa. वो sofa जो था, it had a backrest which had a a batten like this and verticals, and then उसके सामने cushion रखा हुआ था. And I knew that sofa very well because my brother used to have a sofa very similar to it at one point in time. I said, यार वो बहुत बढ़िया है, उसको लेके आ जाओ. वो balcony की railing है वो sofa, ठीक है, उसको आगे रख दो. उसका and because it's leaning back, so वो पीछे books रखी है ना, वो books निकाल के नीचे लगाओ because it should be straight. And then get a, do you have do you have that टाल हैंगर जो जिसपे कपड़े वपड़े सुखाते हैं, वो है आपके घर में? उसने बोला हाँ है. आई सेड वो पीछे लगा दो, अभी बैल्कनी लगेगी, क्योंकि ये रेलिंग है, रेलिंग पे आगे आदमी यूं बैठा हुआ है, पीछे कपड़े वपड़े सूख रहे, हो गई बैल्कनी. सो वी शॉट दैट सेक्शन in I mean he shot himself on his phone, and we shot what he's looking at through the binocular in Goa, and we kind of put it all together. It's great fun, I mean, I was telling people that don't restrict how you're thinking. इसका मजा ये है, अभी तुम मेरे को अगर ये भी फिल्म दोगे ना कि लोग एयरक्राफ्ट में बैठे हैं, I will shoot it. I'll have great fun shooting it in my house, because then I'll take this entire लंबी कुछ 30 फुट की एक विंडो है, उसके ऊपर मैं ब्लैक पेपर लगाऊंगा, उसको कर्व करके डाल दूंगा, उसमें होल काटूंगा, और पीछे इकोनॉमी में मेरी डाइनिंग चेयर डालूंगा, आगे सोफे डालूंगा विच इज बिजनेस क्लास. And I'll do it like this, and people will enjoy it, yeah, because उनको बच्चों के नाटक भी तो पसंद आते हैं, and they will enjoy the fact कि they know that you do not have access to anything. So don't be scared. Just go ahead and have fun. I mean, it's great fun when there is a limitation ना, फिर उसमें कुछ create करने में मजा आता है.
Lovely. We can keep talking to you and keep listening to your stories and all this. But how do you see the abhi opening up हो रही है ना?
Yeah, now we are shooting normal.
Now हाँ अभी normal हो गया. तो has it made any difference? This whole time of staying indoors and making things work, has that created a difference which will sustain over time, or has it made things better in some way now?
I think, okay, there are two aspects of it. One, of course, is a tangible aspect. I think people have suddenly got used to what people would have taken 5 years to get used to meeting like this. Well, we were forced to learn it in 2 months. Okay. Now people are comfortable, and we're not wasting time traveling to each other's cities just for a 1-hour meeting. Okay. So that's on a factual side. And I hope that stays, because it's such a sheer waste of manpower. If people are traveling, they spend an entire day actually getting up, say from Delhi, and then getting onto a flight. पहले airport पे 1 घंटा बैठो, wait करो, फिर इधर आओ, फिर 1 घंटे की मीटिंग है, फिर वापस airport जाओ, करते करते पूरा दिन निकाल दिया. So I hope people just stick to meeting only when it is really, really necessary. I was hoping that there is an intangible change which should show up, but I think that was wishful thinking. I was hoping that people will realize suddenly, because in lockdown time, suddenly our perspective shifted, and we realized all that we thought was important was actually quite unimportant, and what really matters in life is relationships and bond not just with people, bond with nature, and so I was hoping people will stop writing scripts where people are buying bikes only to impress girls, but those kind of scripts have started coming again. So our human memory is quite short, and क्या कहते हैं, फिर भूल जाते हैं लोग. But I was hoping कि इसके बाद एक डेप्थ आएगी अपनी राइटिंग में. वो नहीं, एडवर्टाइजिंग में तो नहीं है वो डेप्थ.
बट फीचर फिल्म्स में फर्क पड़ेगा क्या गोइंग अहेड?
आई थिंक फीचर फिल्म्स में फर्क वैसे भी आ रहा है, नॉट बिकॉज ऑफ कोविड, बट मोर बिकॉज ऑफ OTT. Okay,
But that is also because of COVID, right? Because people started watching at home.
No, that is just timing. I mean, people were getting used to watching a lot of stuff on OTT anyway. And then now suddenly people have found their audiences. And the audience was always there. I think filmmakers were underestimating the intelligence of their audience. And they all thought, मैं तो बड़ा समझदार हूँ, लेकिन मेरी audience मूर्ख है. इसलिए they were, churning out very, well, uninteresting stuff. Okay. Uh, and if people were watching it, they were watching it really because that's the only thing that was available. Okay. So any rubbish would become 100 crore film at that point in time. And the good thing is now there is pressure on filmmaking because OTT is offering such interesting stuff and doing well, so feature film में भी सोचने लगी यार मैं क्या कुछ नया करता हूँ, rather than copy a template which may have done well at some point in time.
So Prasoon, we'll finish it now, but any message you want to give to the designers? We still have about 100 people connected here and another 200 on the YouTube. Around 300 people are watching it live and they are all designers. And I'm sure students are not there. वो भाग गए हैं, students चले गए, उनका दिन खत्म हो गया. So these are professional designers, most of them.
Yeah, professional designers को मैं क्या message दूंगा? They should give me a message how to improve my work and something like that.
इतना inspire करते हो, सब आपको देखते हैं. So I'm sure going forward, what would you say? What is it that we should do, not do?
No, nothing like that. I think एक तो बहुत अच्छी बात है that all of us have a color of our own. Otherwise हम सब एक कबूतर जैसे हो जाते हैं. You won't be able to recognize. So I think the important thing is we all need to be ourselves. जो अंदर से आवाज आ रही है ना उसको we should pay more attention to that voice which is coming from inside rather than to all the voices which are coming from outside and telling us do it this way, because then we would all be creating very similar looking pieces. Okay. But it becomes so exciting to see other people's work because it is, when you see something, सबसे मजेदार चीज उसमें ये अरे यार क्या सोचा है, which already means कि यार मैंने तो नहीं सोचा था ये. So we have to be able to listen to our own inner voice and somehow not allow it to get subdued by all the surrounding pressures. Whatever people may. I mean, I was doing a film 2 months back. A client called Fog, but a social message only he was doing about कि Corona का हाथी निकल गया है. And when the script had come, they said everything is sacrosanct और ये एक अपने cage में और जा रहा है. And I said, but cage में क्यों है? And you must do that. Okay. अगर वो अपने cage में है, why the hell am I, interfering with him? Your film will make sense only if you say he has entered into my space. Okay. And when you open up that discussion, then all the people around you, they're all intelligent people and they listen to you. And so the client say, यार ये तो बिल्कुल सही बात है कि उसको अगर हम बाहर भगाना चाहते हैं तो actually he should have come into my arena. Now, all that will not happen unless you say, नहीं 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 यार मेरे को ये नहीं करना है. This is what I believe. Put your foot down. Then people will say, अच्छा यार, maybe he has a point.
Yeah. So thank you, Prasoon. People are sending messages to film dekhni hai, and we've located that film. It's with us. Okay. What I'm going to do is we'll wrap up this now. Finish this session. Thank you very much for this. We have Pallavi who will be wrapping up the session, and after that we will run the film and then close the conference.
I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't run the film. Post the link on your chat, because if you run the film here, it will go staccato. वो
भी है.
Video clip नहीं जाती है आसानी से.
We true. मैं करता हूँ.
So post the link. People can watch it in their own time.
We'll do that. Okay.
Super. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. And see you again very soon.
Yep. Take care.
Yep. Over to you, Pallavi.
Thank you, Sudhir, and thank you, Prasoon, for a truly inspiring and insightful conversation on the changing post-pandemic world through the lens of the big screen. As the program draws to a close, we'd like to thank all our speakers of the Design India Show and our jury panel for IBDA 2021. Once again, congratulations to all the winners and a big thank you to all our participants for bringing exciting professional work to this platform. Before we come to a close, I'd like to remind everyone of the 30% discount on the Design India magazine, which is available especially for you, for everyone who joined us today. You can use the coupon code TDS21 on the Design India magazine website. Lastly, a big thank you for all of you for being such an amazing audience today. We had an excellent event and I hope you all had a great time as well. We look forward to seeing you again next year. Good night and have a happy weekend.
Before you go, Pallavi, there's something I'm doing ulta. I should have introduced you before you came in, but I just talking to Prasoon, I completely forgot and I didn't read my script. So guys, I needed to introduce Pallavi. Pallavi is a graphic designer. And before graphic design, post-graduation at NID, she did her chartered accountancy, CA. So she's a qualified CA and then graphic design, and now heads strategy and design at Indie Design. So thank you, Pallavi, and thank you, everyone. Guys, have a good time and see you soon next year into the awards again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take it.